处长莅临，副处长好，副处长早安。好，各位，我们直播时间大概剩下40秒，开始我们直播。我们全程佩戴口罩。那拍照的时候呢，或者是致辞的时候，您可以选择拿掉口罩。We'll start YT YouTube live streaming in about 20 seconds. So, when you're seated, please keep your face mask on. When you're making your speech or doing a group photo on stage, you may take your face mask off. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Of course, cell phone silent mode. Thank you. 副处长、组长、各位长官、各位贵宾，大家好，大家早。
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the second day of 2022 Vocational Training International Seminar.
Good. Welcome to our day 2 of 2022 Vocational Training International Seminar. 我们劳动部劳动力发展署举办我们今天的国际论坛，这2天的国际论坛，为的就是让我们台湾的职业训练，为了让我们台湾的劳动力发展能够持续地与国际接轨，了解到国际上最新的讯息，还有最新的趋势。因此呢，我们透过线上的方式，还有实体会议的方式，邀请到产业界重量级的专家，一起我们来分享目前国际上最新的职业训练，还有劳动力发展的趋势。同时呢，在绿色能源的这个趋势之下，我们要讨论到职业训练还有劳动力发展应该如何进行相关的配合 for Net Zero 绿能产业。所以呢，紧接着呢 ，Andy 利用点时间为大家介绍我们现场与会的嘉宾。麻烦当介绍到您的时候，请稍微起身，面对镜头挥手一下，也请大家给予热情的掌声。Ladies and gentlemen, introducing our VIP guests。首先，我们欢迎的是我们主办单位，我们主人劳动部劳动力发展署钟景记副署长。副长好，副长请挥手。谢谢副处长带领我们这2天的会议，副处长辛苦了，副处长辛苦了，谢谢副处长。And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our guest of honor, Executive Director of German Trade Office, Mr. Axel Lindberg. Guten Morgen, guten Tag, willkommen. Thank you for joining us. Thank you so much. 好，紧接着我们欢迎的是国际海洋股份有限公司蔡明阁董事长及总经理，掌声欢迎。莅临现场也包含了我们劳动部劳动力发展署训练组沈文丽沈组长好，欢迎沈组长。沈组长也是全程2天参与我们的活动，谢谢沈组长。再来我们欢迎的是我们工研院产业学院赖昶华赖组长莅临，组长好。一样，组长也是2天都陪伴了我们，组长辛苦了。好的，现场呢，刚刚我们听到热烈的掌声，这是来自于谁呢？来自于我们劳动部劳动力发展署各分署的代表。现在我们导播的镜头要扫各位了，请和大家挥挥手，来欢迎劳动部劳动力发展署各分署的代表。好的，各位，麻烦就延续我们热情的掌声。接下来我们就来欢迎我们主办单位，我们主人，掌声欢迎我们劳动部劳动力发展署钟景记副署长来为我们致辞。
Welcome the Deputy Director Ms. Song to give us an opening remark. Director of German Trade Office, Axel Lindberg, Chairman of ILV Tech, Vincent Chai. Ladies and gentlemen, my dear colleagues from the Workforce Development Agency and participants from the abroad and the local, online and here. This is the second day of the event, and I would like to express my gratitude for your participation. Yesterday, the first day, we talked about the cultivation of innovative talents in smart manufacturing. Today, we are very focused on the innovative training on the green intelligence. Today, we are very honored to invite Mr. Lindberg, who spent already 5 years here in Taiwan. I just learned that here in Taiwan, he has combined the private sectors to promote the first European the energy talent training and incorporate the training technology as well as renewable energy technology and collaborate with us to cultivate the talent here in Taiwan. So with that, we really appreciate his contributions, and we would like to continue to collaborate with the German Trade Office to nurture the talents. And also, Mr. Vincent Chai is from the IOVTEC. Today is the second day of the seminar, and I really looking forward that when we, the Workforce Development Agency, can organize this annual event to train the trainer, the occupational trainer, and especially we would like to work together with the industry to introduce latest training skills to train the talents, and so we can have more advancement through everybody's efforts, so we can help the workers and the laborers, and also for the people who wish to pursue their career development and continue education to further improve their skills and the knowledge to bring more benefit and in line with the international event. So today, once again, thank you very much for everybody's participation, and also I wish everyone is very healthy, wish the event a complete success. Thank you very much.
您稍微移驾来到舞台上，带领我们今天进行的 Day 2的精彩大合照。来，热烈掌声，我们给副处长，谢谢副处长带领我们。我们请副处长请上台。And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are conducting the Day 2 Grand Group Photo. Please welcome Mr. Axel Lindberg, our GTO Executive Director, to join us on stage for the Grand Group Photo. 好的，也欢迎我们蔡董事长、蔡总经理，欢迎我们沈文丽组长以及赖组长，请一起上台。报告副处长，昨天大合照有没有拿掉口罩？好，那我们就暂时拿掉口罩。Let's take off our face mask for a few seconds, just for the group photo. 来，大会摄影师 David 举手。好 ，Let's look at our photographer. With a wonderful smile, we have a wonderful vocational training. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. 各位，劳动部劳动力发展署赞不赞？ German Trade Office， 赞，谢谢 ，Thank you, thank you. Please be seated. Thank you so much. 我们请长官请入座。好的，非常谢谢我们副处长为我们致开幕词，又带领我们进行大合照。接下来呢，我们一整个早上要讨论的话题就是绿色跨域人才的培育新展望。 Now, for this whole morning, we have two wonderful speakers, very wonderful speakers, I must add, to talk about the forecast for interdisciplinary and sustainable talent cultivation. 好的，第一位讲者 our first keynote speaker is Mr. Axel Lindberg. Please join us again, Mr. Axel Lindberg, our Executive Director of German Trade Office. 热烈掌声欢迎。 You'll be talking to us about energy management training, Taiwan practice experience sharing. 德国经济办事处2022年顺利的在台湾推动了第一届欧洲能源专业人员的培训，源自于德国的课程呢，为我们台湾的永续发展贡献了一份力量。再次掌声 ，Mr. Axel Lindberg from GTO.
So, thank you very much, dear Ms. Chung, dear colleagues, dear online and dear on-site participants. It's a great pleasure for me to present as a Director of the German Trade Office Taipei, our OIREM energy management course, which we have started this year. Please allow me as the initial point to say some words about our office. We as a German Trade Office are part of the German Foreign Trade Promotion institutions. There are three main pillars. One are the embassies here in Germany, here in Taiwan. It's the German Institute Taipei. Then the Chamber of Commerce here in Taiwan, represented by us as the German Trade Office. We are the business enabler. Our target is really to make business happen between German and Taiwanese companies. And the third pillar is Germany Trade and Invest. That's an information agency from the German Ministry of Economic Affairs, collecting data information about foreign markets for our companies. It's free of charge, so it might be also interesting for you if you are interested in any data about any economies worldwide. You can find them quite accurate and easy and free of charge on the GTAI web page. And we have also a colleague from GTAI here in Taipei who might be contacted via our office. What is our history? We as German Trade Office have been founded 1981. We just celebrated last year our 40th anniversary. And we are the oldest office, or the office with the longest tradition in Greater China. We have been founded at the same year as the Chamber of Commerce in Korea. This emphasizes the enormous relevance of the German-Taiwanese business for our economy and our companies. Our main roles are to represent the German industry here in Taiwan, to act as a business facilitator between German and Taiwanese companies. This means also we offer commercial services, market entry, market expansion services for our companies here, and we support also Taiwanese companies going to Germany. And this all includes also that we are heavily engaged in transferring know-how from Germany to Taiwan, and this includes also training know-how and training opportunities for the people. Oops, I was too quick. Coming to the EUREM Energy Manager, what does it mean? It's the European Energy Manager, and that's a program established in 1992. And we'd like to demonstrate with this program energy saving, energy efficiency is not a political issue, it's also a commercial issue. And here, economy and ecology are going hand in hand and support each other. So it makes sense to invest in energy efficiency in the industry in any case. Coming to the value chain of the energy supply, usually we have these three steps. It's the generation, transportation or distribution, and the consumption. Usually we see it for gas, electricity, coal, for any kind of products. And the EUREM Energy Manager is mainly focused on the consumption side as, let's say, the main focus. And here, within the consumption side, we are focused on, or this training is mainly focused on the consumption by the industry. And to make it simple and clear, I'd like to focus now on the electricity consumption, because the electricity is a major part of energy consumed and used by the industry. Here in Taiwan, if we take the figures, we see roughly 280 terawatt hours of energy are produced and consumed here on the island. And we see the industry has, with 150 terawatt, roughly 55% share of the energy or electricity consumption in Taiwan. And that's the consumption we are targeting with the EUREM Energy Manager training program. And this complete consumption by the industry stands for roughly 502 CO2 tons equally per gigawatt hour. So also from the aspect of climate protection, the electricity consumption by the industry plays an important role. And on our way to a net zero emission society and economy, it is mandatory to take care on this part of the consumption. If you think, okay, what is the value of saving? If you calculate 10% saving is always a realistic goal if you start. And if you take 10% saving of 150 terawatt hour, this means we have easily a potential of 15 terawatt hours annually. Electricity consumption might be saved in the industry here in Taiwan. And 15 terawatt hour electricity stands for 50% of the current nuclear production here in Taiwan, and it stands also for the generation or the generated electricity by roughly 200 wind turbines with 14 megawatt installed capacity, so really the big ones. So we see in respect of generation, with energy efficiency, we can replace really a substantial part of generation capacity. And of course, taking climate neutrality, we save also 16 million tons CO2 per year. And if I take the average price of electricity from last year, this creates savings roughly from 26 billion NTD per year. And here I'd like to ask you for your active participation, because training means take an active role and also learn from your own failures. So please open the compendium, the slides we handed out. On page 95, I have to apologize, there is a failure from our side, so we have to correct the number of saved CO2 and also the savings. These figures we had here haven't been accurate and should be updated. So here we can clearly see the huge and enormous relevance of energy efficiency measures in the industry, and which added value is created, and also what is the relevance for the climate balance or CO2 balance in Taiwan. And how energy efficiency measures works and what is the target. Usually you can divide in two different sections. One is to have an impact on the supply side management. This means the generation. And in addition to operate on the demand side to influence and steer and manage the consumption of energy. And the focus of EUREM energy management training is really on the demand side, on the consumption, to positively influence the consumption and to make the energy use more efficient. And why should companies do it? And why is it important? Of course, we see substantially increasing energy prices. If you follow the discussions in Europe, we've seen in the last weeks, I have to say, an explosion of the energy prices from 100 euro per megawatt hour now to more than 1,000 euro. So this demonstrates very clearly how important it is and what is the relevance of saving. And also here in Taiwan, if I take the energy balance, we have a quite small generation based on renewable energies as independent energy. The rest of the energy generated here is based on imported fuels. So we have a huge dependency on, let's say, imports of fossil fuels. So we are heavily dependent also on the pricing of these fuels. So from that perspective, cost efficiency, cost reduction is quite important and a big effect. Then we see we can also support the implementation of renewable energies, because at the moment renewable energies are becoming the cheapest source of energy available on the market. And if we are able to replace in the industry regular or conventional produced electricity with renewable energies, it's also a huge benefit in respect of costs and also CO2 balance of the companies. Then we see an increasing demand from our customers on the decarbonization and the sustainability of the production. We learn more and more that the customers, of course, take care on the price of the products, but the CO2 balance becomes more and more important. And we expect that in future also price advantages are not sufficient to cover, let's say, really problems in the CO2 balance. So it's the own interest of the industry to become as CO2 friendly and neutral as possible. And energy efficiency is one important step to get or to go the way down for the CO2 neutrality of the industrial production. And of course, if you are reducing your energy consumption in the company, you're becoming less dependent on the supply of energy. So in case of power cuts, increasing prices, your business model and your operation becomes more and more robust. So to invest in energy efficiency is a huge own interest of the industry, of each and any company. And this is valid not only for the big companies, it's valid for any kind of entity and office or industry. So when we decided why should we do it, Of course, energy efficiency reduces the cost for the companies, as I have mentioned. It's a competitive advantage of the industry within the competition because, as I have mentioned, we see an increase in value of the CO2 balance of the products, and with energy efficiency you support and promote your CO2 balance. We see in Europe with CO2 fees you have to pay, and also if you want to export to Europe in future, you will see the border payments you have to do as an industry. So a CO2 system and also CO2 reduction is quite important for our products to be competitive on the market. And of course, if we use less resources, our production becomes also cheaper and more efficient. So this helps also our business in the worldwide competition with other partners. The solution we offer is the EUREM Energy Manager training. That training was implemented in 1992 in Germany. It's now an international program, and it covers really an enormous range of activities. It's not only a theoretical training. The theory is an important part. It includes 16 areas of theoretical knowledge that the project managers are aware about, let's say, the full scope of energy efficiency measures, the network and the complexity. And one important part is also, it's not only the training, also a project concept which have to be prepared by the participants is part of this course. There's a mentor, there's a trainer supporting the partners or the participants to write and to create this project concept, and usually these project concepts are later implemented within the companies where our participants are coming from. So you can see it's from the theory to preparation of a project, and at the end it's the implementation of the project to realize the benefits for the companies. And from my understanding, as important, this is not a one-time course. If you finish the course, it's done. No, every participant becomes member of the, I would call it, EUREM worldwide family. You have a long-term access to the network, to the exchange with the partners, with the other participants, and every second year there's organized a worldwide conference between the EUREM partner countries and the participants to exchange know-how, to discuss the latest trends, opportunities. So it's really you're getting in an international group for exchange of know-how technologies. So it's also, again, a competitive advantage of the companies where you're working for, and of course for yourself, because training you're doing mainly for yourself, for your personal development, and to increase and build up your own knowledge. As mentioned, one example, if we are going through the figures, we have seen that each and any project which was created during the EUREM has generated roughly 950 megawatt hours saved of energy per year and reduced roughly 550 tons of CO2 equivalent per year. So if you count the number of participants, the countries, it's quite an enormous amount of CO2 which is saved, and also really money and electricity or energy which is saved. And the projects are mainly on the field of management, engineering, and the implementation or integration now of renewable energies within the companies to replace fossil or conventional fuels used in the companies with renewable fuels. And as mentioned, this program was started 1992 in Nuremberg in the south of Germany. Now it's available in more than 30 countries. Here in Taiwan, we are the first region in Greater China where we offer this concept, and we think with this high standard industry we should be successful on the market, and we should deliver a huge added value for the Taiwanese industry, and all participants have access to the network of the other participants coming from all other from the other countries. So it's really an international project. And here I'd like to emphasize what is the program itself. It's a training course. We calculate with 15 to 20 participants per course. The course takes 5 to 6 months. It's held in English. That's the international language, because we are using as a basis international standardized documents and papers. It's 160 units are 45 minutes, so it's really extensive. It takes time, but it's worth to invest to have the basic understanding of the different parts of energy saving, from project management, air conditioning, heating, solar energy, and all kinds. And if you are afraid we are only bringing the German knowledge and expertise here to Taiwan, that's not the case. The basis is prepared in Germany with the influence and input from all other countries. And here in Taiwan, we took these documents. We cooperated with a professor from the Taiwan Tech University to adapt the content to the Taiwanese demands, to be certain, yes, the teaching materials fits not only to the legal environment here in Taiwan, it also fits to the real situation. And of course, we did also some adjustments in the curricula, because if you're having this UREM course in Norway, heating plays an important role in respect of energy consumption, and heating in Taiwan is not such a big topic, so we reduced the part of heating, and here in Taiwan we increased the part for air conditioning, for compressed air, and for this industrial usage to really fit and reflect the demands on the market. So it's German or international basis adapted to Taiwan to be really certain we fit the Taiwanese needs and demands of the industry here. And of course, we cooperate also with the CSD to be certain we are linked and related to the demands of the Ministry of Economic Affairs, Bureau of Energy, and the legal environments to promote the energy efficiency. And our target is that we are moving towards also national certificate of this course, or a national recognition, that it's not only an international certificate, but it should be also recognized here in Taiwan as a training promoting the energy efficiency and supporting the Taiwanese industry and the Taiwanese employees to get knowledge in this area, and also to demonstrate that they passed an exam and they got a certificate for that. As I've mentioned, it's in quite broader circle of topics. We have roughly 16 topics. These are topics from the legal framework, project management, and a lot of technical topics: heating, ventilation, conditioning, cogeneration, and of course, as quite new topics, also corporate social responsibility and also green IT. So we are trying to pick up, or the course picks up, also the latest demands and developments involved and related to energy efficiency. And from my perspective, one of the highlights of the EUREM course is really, this course is not done, or the training is not done by guys from the university. Nothing against university, it's great to have the universities, but it's a course focused on practical work, working in the industry, and our trainers are coming from the industry. They are the experts from companies heavily involved in these topics, so they are happy and keen to share their experience, their ideas, and we are quite certain we have an interesting and relevant mixture of the theoretical know-how prepared in the documents, so the participants get the knowledge, the theory, and this theory is brought by people coming from the practice, from the ground, so it's not, let's say, anywhere in the sky. The training is really focused on activities, knowledge you need for your daily work, which is feasible and can be easily implemented and used. And here we are looking, of course, for Taiwanese partners, for Taiwanese trainers, to have a broader pool of trainers and to reflect the complete industry. This is the trainer board from our first course, which started beginning of the year and will finish in a few weeks. So we just finished the first course with 14 participants, and we have seen all of the participants which started are also finishing the course. So we lost none of our participants, which is also a quite good signal that the people stay on board for 6 months. It demonstrates, yes, also during this course, they recognize it creates an added value for the participants. And the course this time was held as an online course caused by COVID. And secondly, we have a lot of participants from the south of Taiwan, where we have also huge industries, and traveling to Taipei would create also enormous cost and time consumption for these participants. So online participation and the online course had also some advantages. In particular, also if we take the CO2 balance, we carved out some travels, and I expect that in future we will have a mixture between online course and on-site courses, because a clear advantage of having on-site meetings and on-site classes is the network between the participants gets stronger, and all of us know a very strong and reliable network with business partners helps and promotes and pushes you in your personal development and creates also new business opportunities for your companies. Now I'd like to move forward to present some case studies, project studies, which have been created abroad, because at the moment we do not have the final studies or the evaluation assessment of the studies here in Taiwan. Here you can see one example which was implemented 2019. It was focused on a refurbishment of an AC in a company, and from my perspective, quite important is we can see date of implementation. This means this was not only a project concept developed during the course, it was really implemented, and the project concept created as a part of the course was the basis of the business decision of the company to invest here at least 65,000 euro. So it's not a small invest done by the companies. So this demonstrates also the quality of the project concept. Second concept is a refurbishment or improvement of a lighting system within a company. And also here you can see it was implemented. We see investment here also 60,000 euro. So again, it demonstrates the huge contribution delivered by these projects, and all of the projects we assess on a basis of what is the investment, what is the cost reduction potential, and as important, what is the CO2 saving potentials of the projects. So here you can see all of these projects contribute to cost saving, increased efficiency of the companies, the production process, and also to the CO2 balance of the project. Here, another example is the construction of an PV plant on a top roof. So we can see also quite enormous investment projects are part of this EUREM program, and they are realized, which demonstrates again the quality of this project. Here, the last project is an improvement of that in a paper mill. Also implemented investments for more than 300,000 euro, and this demonstrates the large variety of projects, the different topics where energy saving projects are created, prepared, and afterwards also implemented. What is quite important, because this program should not end up in the theory, it should end up in the workflow, in the reality, with savings in respect of costs, CO2 for the companies. Here, just a quick overview. This, as mentioned, we have 14 students this year. It's a quite interesting mixture of people. We have 4 representatives or employees of German companies here in Taiwan. My expectation was when we started with the course that in the first round we will see much more participants from German companies, because they are closer to energy efficiency. But finally, we got 5 representatives from Taiwanese companies. What makes me really happy is that also we see Taiwanese companies are front runner in this process, and these are not the big Taiwanese companies. These, I would say, are typical SMEs in Taiwan, which makes me much more happy to see that also the SMEs, the entrepreneurs recognize, okay, it makes sense to invest here, and not only to invest in technology, to invest in human resources and in human capital, because the human capital at the end of the day is the most important part, or a very important part for the production and for the industry. And we have also one representative from the Taiwanese authorities. So that's also quite important for us to have these kind of participants to demonstrate clearly these projects, these training creates a positive effect for the Taiwanese economy and society. So coming to an end, here we see some impressions of our online course. You can see it's really, the presentations are down to business, very closely related. It's not only pure theory, it's a demonstration what happens. And I've been part of 2 or 3 courses, and my personal impression was the trainers have been very engaged, and also the participants easily followed up the presentations. There was an enormous part of discussions, questions, so we can see the training really picks up speed, because you learn much better during a discussion if it's not only an, let's say, presentation of some topics or tasks. We see also practical examples have been included to keep it easier in memory how the things are working. And here we can see that the first assessment, where the project concepts are coming from. We see from these 14 students, they have picked really a broader range of general technical topics. As expected, we see air conditioning as an interesting and relevant topic here, compressed air, but also lighting and the realization of PV project, of solar projects in the companies. And we will closely follow up these projects, either or when they are realized, and what are the results and effects, to clearly have the evidence that this course pays off and creates the added value. And now I'm coming to an end with the, from my perspective, most important side. What is a relevant or slide? What is the most important part and contribution of energy efficiency in the industry to the Taiwanese economy and environment? And I'm happy to receive your questions now.
And here comes the question, sir. That was a wonderful presentation. 我们先给 Mr. Axel Lindberg 热烈掌声. So, if you're not standing up there, then I have to stand over here with you. And because we don't have social distancing, you don't have face mask, I'll keep my face mask on. It's okay, it's okay. No. Oh, but I want to be close to you. Come. Mr. Lindberg, you don't need to put it on. You don't need to put it on.
It's fine.
It's fine? Okay.
Of course.
Well, you know what? 报告副市长，现在线上看的人呢
So on the line, we have almost 200 people on the line.
We have nearly 200 people watching on YouTube right now. Okay, some are from Germany.
Yeah, the important part is that they have been there at the beginning and they are still there. That's
Yes,
the
and it keep growing because of you.
No.
So these are the questions from online viewers. It says, Germany has a very rich and wonderful experience in promoting energy transformation. So, Mr. Axel Lindberg, please share with us the key factors for the success of German green energy talent cultivation. Your success story in Germany.
Yeah, I think what is a success story? I think it's an ongoing story. Energy transition, I would say, is based on 2 major parts. One is the technology you have to realize, but the second pillar, and that's the pillar as important, you have to convince the people involved in the business to accept it and to promote it and to push it and to put all innovations on the energy transition. And for example, we have seen the large energy suppliers in Germany. They did this transition also with their teams to to move people from the operation of a coal-fired power plant, really a very traditional business, to experts in renewable energies. And this is based on education, training, and arguing with the people, ongoing discussions, and to take their demands and, of course, concerns serious, because the people working in fossil-operated power plants or in these old business, of course, they are scared we might lose our job, what is our future? So the big success was mostly all of the German companies have accepted this challenge and took the employees with on a way to the transition to renewable energies, and now we have a huge amount of experts on renewable energies. And of course, we need the governmental support to implement this realization. Some, let's say, kick-off subsidies are necessary, because if you start with new technologies, it's economically difficult. But at the moment, we see it's a self-paying system, and more or less now we see green energy is the cheapest energy on the market. So I would say that's really the future, and the energy transition was a success story in Germany, and we are happy to share it and to bring this success story also to our partners around the world.
And it still is a success story in Germany, ongoing. So overall, the government has to do a top-down approach. Government initiates the policy, creates an environment that is favorable to green energy. And then each company does it, and then the employees in the company follow the company policy and do it. So the entire population do it together.
Yes, I think it's a task for all of us, and it do not end up in the, let's say, on the level of companies. Also, private people are involved. You do not see in Germany less family houses or houses without a solar panel on the roof. So everybody participates, of course, partially driven by generating income, partially also driven, and this becomes more and more important, because everybody thinks CO2 neutrality is an important topic, and I have to contribute, and I'd like to contribute as much as I can.
So when you go back to Germany now, you see households with solar panels on the roof.
Yes, more or less each and any house has solar panels on the roof.
Right, okay. And by the way, I heard there's a heat wave in Europe, so the solar panels are working even better.
Partially.
Because
okay. I'm not a technical expert, but I learned if it's too hot, the capacity or the, let's say, productivity goes down.
Oh, I see. Okay, but anyways, everybody's doing solar panel. Everybody's moving toward green energy. Question number 2, Mr. Lindberg. This industry, this green energy industry, will develop toward green and sustainable development in the future. Okay, that is the goal. Now, this industry uses energy-saving and green productivity strategies to achieve the goal of carbon reduction. So, that said, according to your observation in Germany and also here in Taiwan, you've been in Taiwan for 5 years. Okay, we've worked with each other for 5 years. Now, what problems will we encounter in the future given the shortage of green talents here in Taiwan? Yeah, everyone wants to go green, so there's a shortage of green talents right now. This is a fact. Any suggestions?
I think you always face this shortage of trained and experienced employees if you start with new business, because there is no pool of experienced and, let's say, trained employees available. So that's a big chance to increase the training, to get more people on board. And I have the experience 10 years before, when I did an interview with new employees, nobody asked about sustainability and what is the footprint of your company, what is the strategy. But if you have these kind of interviews today, the topic sustainability, what is the position of your company in respect of CO2 neutrality, and these soft skills are becoming more and more important. So it's a competitive advantage for companies if they are engaged in this field, because then they get access to the best employees. And my experience is also, if you develop a new field of business, you do not have clearly defined structures with hierarchies. So it's much more interesting for young people, innovative people looking for challenges, because it's a greenfield project.
Yes.
And if you allow your employees to collect the experience in doing things and in, let's say, collecting the practical experience, taking responsibility. That's the way to increase the pool of talents and, of course, to offer these chances also to the existing employees to get them on board.
Right. So you're telling me that a couple of years back, when you do your interviews, people don't talk about sustainability. People don't talk about green energy. But now, when a company does their interview, you talk about sustainability and you talk about green energy. Is it mostly the employers asking the employee, interviewee, or the interviewee asking it back? Both ways.
I think if it's related to the job,
right.
I'm as an employer ask, but we see a change of the mindset of the new generation. They take care on these general topics and they ask actively the company, what is your position in respect of CO2 neutrality? Because I do not want to work for I would say, dirty company.
Right.
So from that perspective, it's a selection criteria from the employee to which employer he or she goes.
Right. It's not just the employer asking the interviewee. It's the interviewee asking the employer, are you green? If you're not green, I don't want to work for you.
Yes.
If you're not sustainable, I don't want to work for you.
Yes, we see the tendency in this respect.
Right. Madame Lai is asking, do you need a drink? You talk so much.
No.
Here.
It's fine. It's fine.
Take a drink while I ask the next question, okay? So, in the future, the companies will talk about green and sustainability, not just for the company, but the employee will ask the company, are you green and are you sustainable? So, now, we know in Germany, the training is like you have a master, you have an apprentice. The training is very good in Germany. So how can you train green talents and sustainability talents in this area? What is the German training course inside the company? So you're the master, I just entered your company, you have to train me, I'm an apprentice. So you teach the apprentice all about green energy and sustainability, that concept. Can you tell us about the training method that Germany has, the role model of the world of training?
Yeah, I think the typical German model is the dual vocational training. It starts for the people when they leave the middle school, they are around 16, 17 years old, they have passed 10 years of high school, and then they sign a trainee or internship contract with a company and start a 3 to 4 years training period. And during this training periods, it's roughly 50% training at the school and 50% being part of the company, being integrated in the production process, in the regular operation. Huge companies, they have a training facility to, let's say, increase the training. I see a colleague from Siemens, I think you know, Siemens has a huge training center, but at the end of the day, it's a very good combination between theory at the school, some more theoretical parts at the companies or training to get used to the latest technologies, and of course a substantial part of being really integrated in the daily operation of the companies. So after 4 years, the people start with a very good theoretical knowledge and also the practical experience. And during all of these training phases, the curricula are always adjusted to the latest technology. So during the last years, we have seen that also these topics like sustainability, green energy, green technologies becoming more and more important. And one advantage of Germany is that more or less all employees are going through this training phase if they are not going to the university. So at the end, if you as an employer losing some of your trainee or interns after the training is finished, you will get similar trained people on the market. So it's an investment in people independently whether they stay with you or they are leaving, because the pool of employees is, let's say, qualified on the same level.
Yes, so the training in German companies is very, very good. That's why Germany has such a strong workforce, one of the best, if not the best, in EU and in the world. I'm not trying to flatter you, yes.
I think employees are very important, and what we have learned, a lot of innovations are created on the workflows by these kind of employees. So innovations are not only coming from the R&D departments and laboratories. Most of the innovations are created in the operation process, and we see it also with the OIREM program that the big majority of projects, they are developed by the participants. They are working on a daily basis in these factories, and they recognize, here is potential, here I can optimize my operation, and here I can grow up in my responsibilities and my tasks.
Right. Yes, sir. Now, moving on to question number 3. Now that we know how German companies train their talents, that said, let's move on to the next question. Under the trend of net zero carbon emission by 2050, let's hope we achieve that target. Now, green talents are needed in all walks of life, in many companies, in many industries. So many positions are facing different degrees of green transformation. So according to your experience, the European Energy Professional Training courses, as you mentioned in German Trade Office in Taipei presentation, how should the enterprises, how should the companies plan and implement the green transition? Now that's a very big question. Advice for the companies. We just talked about the employees.
Yep.
Now your advice for the companies.
I think for the companies, it's my advice or my observation of the market. We have to take this change and development serious. And the topic CO2 footprint cannot be replaced on a long-term basis with only a price advantage. There will be a point in time when we will be kicked out of the supply chains, also if we have the cheapest product, if the CO2 footprint do not fit to the demands of the customer. And currently we see we are in the transition phase, so at the moment this is a chance to keep our price advantages here and start up in growing to take care and consider also the energy efficiency and the CO2 footprint of our products. And for companies, it's they can manage this topic on 2 sides. One is really investments in technology. Technology is quite important, but also on the other side, invest in your human capital and try to involve also the people from the workflows, because they know the operation, they recognize where we have a waste of energy, where we are inefficient in our production process.
Yes, this question 3 is a big question. It's about the entirety of the net zero target for the globe. So, you mentioned carbon footprints. EU said it's the first global entity, economy in the world to say we're going to implement carbon tax on carbon emission products. Starting from which year? 2030 something?
I think 2024. It starts quite soon. But I have to check out. I'm not an expert.
And they will move step by step, step by step, step by step, increasing the carbon tax on products that has carbon emission footprints.
The idea behind this border tax is to balance the different systems of CO2 pricing. Because in Europe, CO2 is priced, and you might consider some other societies where we do not see, let's say, a CO2 pricing. So if European companies have to include CO2 price in their calculation, and other international competitors not, and they enter the European market, they would have an unfair advantage. And this should be balanced, so it's not really to create a disadvantage. The target is to balance the scenario. And for the cross-border tax, it counts if the partners do have a similar system with price CO2.
Right. So that is the policy of EU. So when Taiwan companies wants to export to EU, we have to watch out our carbon emission. Correct?
Yes.
So that's why we need to do green transition. Because if Taiwan products use too many non-green energy, it'll increase their carbon footprint for their products. And when this product, like steel or cement, when they go to EU, the tax is like, oh my God, very high.
But my personal opinion is this topic will not be driven by tax. It will be driven by the customers.
Right.
The customers will buy only products with a positive CO2 footprint, and if your CO2 footprint is not accurate or is not reasonable, then you might be kicked out of the market simply because there's no demand for your products.
Very well said. It's not driven by tax. Tax is just a tool. The company is the client. Yeah. If they say Taiwan companies produce too much non-green energy products or carbon emission products, then they'll not buy from Taiwan. Okay, moving on. Question number 4. Now, eRoom has online English live courses and online self-study. It seems that there's no practical training mechanism. Okay. I would like to ask, how can we ensure the quality of training and master the students' technical courses?
I think here I might exclude a misunderstanding. I say, in my opinion, we have a practical part. We have this theory, the online courses, and we have the preparation of the energy concept. And the target group for our course are, let's say, managers on the middle level in the companies or experienced people, and their daily task is to prepare projects, to realize projects. So from that perspective, we have a substantial part of the course clearly related to the daily task of the participants, and within the realization of this course, they are getting, let's say, mentored and trained how to realize these kind of projects.
Okay, I'm getting a sign from my boss saying 5 minutes left, so it's time to do our conclusion. Mr. Lindberg, you've been in Taiwan for 5 years as the Executive Director of German Trade Office in Taiwan. What are your suggestions for Taiwan companies in their vocational training? How to train people? This is another big question, but just to sum up, a conclusion for your presentation today. Advice to the Taiwan companies for vocational training.
I think it's not my position to advise somebody. I can only share my observations. And we see the human capital is here. The people in Taiwan or the employees are very well trained with 90% of university degrees. It's a very good and stable basis. If we put a slightly bigger focus on the, let's say, practical experience at the beginning of the career, it will help the employees and the employers that the teams pick up speed in the companies a little bit quicker. And to be quicker means to be more efficient. And if the structures are designed here in a way that it becomes more attractive for young people to take responsibilities, to take care on their own projects, to try new things, I would say that might speed up the innovation. And we have seen Taiwan's industry is very innovative. Taiwan is not, by fortune, the leader in the semiconductor field. That was hard work. And I would say we have to continue with this, clearly focus on our strengths, to get the people involved. And then I'm very optimistic that we see a further development of the Taiwanese industry, and we are also able to realize the potential which is for cooperations between German, European companies and Taiwanese partners. And we see both of our societies, economies, have similar challenges. We have an aging society, we see a lack of workforces, so we have to train the available employees to take more responsibility, to get really part of our production process and our industries, because Taiwan and Germany both are industrial hubs with a strong footprint in production. We are not doing only services, we are creating real products which are needed by the world and by the economy. So from that perspective, I see huge potential for further cooperation, and we as office and our team are happy to realize this potential and to open doors together with you to make our business cooperation between Germany and Taiwan to a success and to keep it on this very positive level. And I think these training seminars like this are a very good example to keep open-minded people and employees. So thank you very much for the opportunity to be here, to present EUREM as one example, as one small piece for the training of employees. And I hope you enjoyed this presentation. You get some new thoughts and some new ideas. In case of any question, please do not hesitate to contact our office. We are happy to help you and to clarify any open question. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. Dankeschön. Thank you to Mr. Axel Lindberg, Executive Director of German Trade Office. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a wonderful sharing of experience from Mr. Axel Lindberg, who is on screen again. Thank you so much. Once again, our applause. 再次掌声. Okay. And not only vocational training, Germany and Taiwan has many areas to cooperate and will be good partners, good friends for a very long time. Thank you, Mr. Axel Lindberg. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on, I have another keynote speaker for this morning before we break for lunch. Moving on, this is the topic of ensuring a fairness and skill for the green transition, the EU perspective. Now, the EU perspective would be presented by someone from EU, of course. Now, let us welcome the Head of International Affairs Unit, DG Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion from European Commission, Mr. Louis Prats.
可惜我不可以在台湾。
I'm very sorry I cannot come to Taiwan to participate in this meeting.
I'm very happy to be here today with you, giving you a little bit the European perspective on what are we doing on this extremely important issue, which is the green transition, our perspective, and how this is linked to skills and vocational and educational training. Next slide, please. Well, the European Green Deal, as we call it here in Europe, was presented in December 2019, and it shows the European ambition. We want to become the first climate neutral continent in the world by 2050. We really think that Green Deal is an economic and climate imperative. Today, here in Brussels, we will reach temperatures of 35 degrees. 2 weeks ago, we reached temperatures of 40 degrees. This is totally unprecedented. It is impossible to deny the importance that we need to address to the issue of climate change. And we are very happy that Taiwan is joining us on this enterprise. On Earth Day in April 22 of 2021, Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen unveiled also the goal to make Taiwan carbon neutral by 2050. But this is one part of the equation. The other one is that we need to ensure that fairness and solidarity are also parts of this successful transition to carbon neutrality. We need to ensure that we create the right balance on jobs and social issues at the heart of this transformation. Next slide, please. So, as I say, we are very much committed to this. 87% of the Europeans, a vast majority, and 91% of the young agree that we need to address climate change. And if we don't do it, if we let the temperatures increase by 3 degrees Celsius, the Union will lose almost 1.4% of GDP every year, which is 175 billion with B euros. And what is even worse, this climate change will disproportionately harm people who are in vulnerable situations and regions who are also vulnerable. So we cannot underestimate the social and important impact of employment on all this enormous exercise that we need to do. This is particularly important for Europe in this current situation with this unjust aggression of Russia to one of our countries here in Europe, to Ukraine, where we'll need to fast forward our green transition so we can stop depending on Russian oil and gas. And for that, we have put aside 210 billion euros of additional investment into renewable energies so we can move forward into this process. Next slide, please. But there is also a very good side of this, because actually we have been looking at it, and we really think that the green transition is going to create a lot of employment. We have calculated it in 1 million jobs by 2030 and 2 million jobs by 2050. And there will be new job opportunities in many important sectors, like construction or transport, renewable energy, circular economy. But of course, for that, we need the skills and we need the training. And that fits very well in our agenda of committing to this constant training. The Union has also decided, independently of the global deal, that we want to obtain by 2030 at least 60% of all adults should participate in one training every year. 60% of all adults every year, one training, at least. We are below 40%. This is about, of course, reskilling and upskilling for all these jobs that we will need to address. We will, of course, also need to take care of those who will suffer more, because this transition will also cost jobs. We will create jobs, but we will destroy jobs. So we need to be very aware of the fact that there's people who will actually suffer from this, and we need to take care of them. People who are in risk of energy poverty or who have high housing costs. So we need to ensure that we do the two things at the same time. Next slide, please. Our beautiful continent here in these two maps, which actually show to you the challenges and the opportunities. You will see regions in the first map where actually jobs will risk to disappear in many more. And the darker the blue, the more concerned we should be about the destruction of jobs. But also on the other side, we are looking also all the skilling and reskilling. And we also see that we have a major challenge here, because we need to, I wouldn't say they coincide, but actually we should be concerned about the fact that in many parts of our continent where more destruction of jobs will happen, we need to continue increasing the number of skilling exercises. Next slide, please. So the Union, sitting together, all member states, we're reflecting on this, and in June this year, established what we call in the European jargon a Council recommendation. Please look for it on internet, you will find it very easy. The title is Council Recommendation on Ensuring a Fair Transition Towards Climate Neutrality. Council recommendation means basically member states agree on themselves that we need to move forward together. And it basically provides guidance to all member states, so they themselves provide themselves guidance on how to best address social and labor aspects of this green transition. The recommendation you will see includes concrete guidance to member states on how to put the policies, the right policies and actions in place, so we can ensure that this economic transformation is fair and inclusive for everybody. It includes measures to support people, households, sectors, and regions that will be most affected. And it provides a common framework to address them. This will help to realize the employment and social potential of the Union. Next slide, please. I will not go into the details here, but please, when you look at the presentation that you, of course, you will get, and the Council recommendation, you will see that member states are encouraged to act in 4 different policy areas. The one is active support to quality employment. I'm sure you all, because you're experts, you understand this issue. It's about tailored job search assistance, flexibility learning, green and digital skills of employment, especially on programs for people in vulnerable situations. In second place, it's about equal access to quality and inclusive education, training, and lifelong learning. Up-to-date information about the skills. That's a very big thing now in Europe. You know, we actually need to know what the labor market asks, what do they need. You know, it's not enough that we decide on our own what we think the market needs. We need to talk to the market. We need to have a proper, up-to-date information about the skill needs. We also, of course, we need to do more strengthening and supporting apprenticeships. And for that, I think that we can learn a lot from Taiwan, because you're doing an exceptionally good job. And to be perfectly honest, many of our countries in Europe, they're not doing that well. And we need to see where we'll face skill shortages. And I will talk a little bit about skill shortages in a moment. Fair tax benefits are also very important on this issue, and access to affordable essential services and housing, as well as investment in renovating buildings. Renovating buildings will be a big issue for us in the years to come in Europe. Next slide, please. I'm not going to get into the detail here either, just to know that the Commission, the European Commission, which is the government of Europe, we will monitor the implementation of this Council recommendation. We will provide transparency. We will address issues throughout this process with, of course, support on data gathering, analysis, and foresight. Next slide, please. We are, of course, not alone on this. We are doing this with the international community together. And I put to here a couple of other sources of guidance if you're interested in this issue. Of course, the International Labour Organization, which has this guidance for just transitions, and even some users' manuals published last year. The International Energy Agency Global Commission, also again, very much interested on this issue. The COP26 and the COP27, the Conference of the Parties, as we call it, on Just Transitions Declarations. Next one taking place in the coming months in Egypt, and the Clean Energy Ministerial Global Assembly, also with the G7 and many others. Again, you will find, if you're interested, many sources of inspiration and realization of the importance of fair transitions. Next slide. This very short second part of my presentation, I would like to focus a little bit on the skills and the green transition, because skills are emerging as a deciding factor on the employability in the future. To ensure that the transition is fair and inclusive, we need to equip our people with the skills needed for this transition. And this is particularly important for those workers who are currently employed in sectors that will lose jobs because of the vacancy. So, for example, mining, we have a lot of mines, of coal mines still in Europe, that will need to be, unfortunately, closed. Next slides, please. Again, for those who are interested into the theory of this, I think that there are two basic schools of thought on what skills for green transition mean. And just to summarize for you, basically there is a general broader scope. Here is mentioned to the CEDEFOP, which is a European Center for the Development of Vocational Training, which is an entity of the European Union devoted to vocational and educational training. If you don't know the CEDEFOP, please look at their page web, because you will find very interesting information there. This CEDEFOP definition of 2022 is broader in scope. It focuses not only on the skills needed for the green in labor market, but also skills to live in a more sustainable society. Others, perhaps older ones, like the OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, and also the CEDEFOP in 2014, focus more specifically on what the workers need for the greener labor market. Next slide. I think we can take a middle way between the two. And we can understand that the skills for the green transition basically can follow into three different categories. First ones are the technical skills, let's say the more traditional ones that CEDEFOP and OECD have monitor. They are market-oriented, occupational, sector-specific. For example, skills to perform a feasibility study on solar heating, or to install solar panels, or windmills. These are, I'd say, the most traditional ones. But then there are a second group of skills, which we call it transversal skills, that are also labor-oriented, but they are cross-sectoral. And they're really very useful in employability in various jobs and professions, as you perfectly know. They are the STEM skills, as we call them: science, technology, engineering, and math. Last but not least, we also think that it's important to think about citizenship skills, which are society-oriented. These are not really technical skills in itself, but will be very useful in many situations, including in private life situations. For example, on environmental awareness. Next slide, please. Well, again, I'm not going to take too much time here, but this is a fascinating slide because we basically put together for you an analysis on how the green transition will impact the EU labor market by 2030 on the 3 sectors which expect to lose more jobs, and the 4 sectors expected to gain more jobs. The figures are in thousands, okay? So, for example, we are expecting to create almost 1 million jobs on water supply, sewerage, waste management, etc. But of course, we will be getting a lot of lost jobs, as I was saying, in mining and other sectors. In construction, for example, we are expecting that we will increase the number of jobs by 500,000 because of the green transition to 2030. And around 2/3 will be for skilled manual and non-manual workers. So again, vocational educational training has a very big importance in the green transition. Next one. Also, again, for the ones who are interested, we have been reflecting on taxonomy. Taxonomy is basically a very clever word to basically enumerate, to identify, name, even you could say, the skills of the green transition. And the European Commission has published in January 2022, this year, a taxonomy, a classification of skills for the green transitions. Again, very easy to find on the internet, which we call the European Skills, Competencies and Qualifications and Occupations. This taxonomy includes 381 skills and 185 knowledge concepts and 5 transversal skills considered most relevant to the green labor market. Again, we think that this taxonomy is going to support the realization and the implementation of these skills in the education systems. I think that we're putting the focus on them so the education systems can address them. Next slide, please. Again, I will not go into the detail, but this is an example, for example, on the energy sectors. And the taxonomy identifies which are the skills and knowledge concepts essential or optional for these specific occupations. Again, please take a look at the document if you're interested, and I hope you'll find it useful. Next slide, please. We also need to adapt our education and training systems. We need to integrate our technical skills into the respective curricula. This is very much for our governments to do, you working in the education departments, notably on vocational educational training, so to make them relevant. We also need to integrate sustainable competencies into education and training for everybody, starting from early childhood education. Sustainability needs to be part of our lives. We will need to learn from very small about sustainability. And we need to do this also from the school, at home, but also from the school. And of course, we need training for teachers and trainers to enable them to do this. Next slide, please. The European Vocational Skills Week in May of this year was specifically devoted to the green transition. And we organized here in Europe more than 1,100 events organized in 29 countries. to supporting all these actions that I've been explaining to you. Next slide, please. I was finishing my presentation. I'm giving you this page. We call it the European Alliance for Apprenticeships, where there is an online training module for green apprenticeships. It is unfortunately not available in Chinese, but it's in English. And I hope you will take a look at it, because we are very happy that we are creating this umbrella of countries which go beyond the European Union borders. Other members in the region, for example in the Balkans, are joining the alliance to reflect on how we can do this. And next slide. And finally, I'm giving you, I hope you will be receiving these slides, some further reading on all these issues, which we really think they're very important. Next slide. Unfortunately, I will not be able to join you for the questions, but if you look for me, I'm easy to find, so please send me an email if you need me. I hope that you will have a good discussion. We are very happy to have participated on this event from the European Union. We support very much like-minded countries like Taiwan on these important efforts. We also learn from you on the good things that you're doing on vocational educational training in Taiwan, and we look forward to continuing working with you in the future. 谢谢你们。
非常谢谢. Thank you so much. Very good Mandarin from Mr. Louis Platz, the head of the International Affairs Unit, DG Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion from European Commission. 中文说得非常好。好的，我们看到他谈到了 green apprenticeships, not only for EU, but for any economy, any country that would like to implement it. Ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up our morning session. 我们早上的场次呢，已经完全的告一段落，接下来呢是午休的时间，所以呢我们1点钟会继续我们下午场次的2022职业训练国际论坛，我们下午1点钟准时见。Enjoy your lunch. 好的，各位，我们再次提醒您哦，这个线上签到的动作，扫描 QR code， 你完成了之后就可以参与我们的今天的抽奖。奖品呢是2100元价值的数位课程的奖品。数位课程可以3选1，最佳化的技术、企业的净零永续，还有机电整合的概论，3选1的课程，物超所值 ，CP 值非常高。赶快扫描 QR code 就可以参加抽奖了。好，现在是午休时间，我们1点钟准时见。 的，各位现场的嘉宾，我们预计1分钟之后要开始我们下午场次的2022职业训练国际论坛。1分钟之后，我们开始直播。Ladies and gentlemen, we start in 1 minute for our afternoon session of the 2022 Vocational Training International Seminar. The afternoon session will begin in less than 10 minutes. 1 minute, actually. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. This is the 2022 Vocational Training International Seminar. 好的，午休时间完成了之后呢，回到我们下午场次的2022职业训练国际论坛。那么今天下午呢，一整个下午呢，我们会讨论的范围是包含了永续趋势之下绿色跨域人才。我们都知道，在2022年呢3月，我们今年国发会已经正式公布了台湾2050净零排放的路径还有策略这样子的一个总说明。那么国发会在做这个动作之后呢，各部会、政府部门整个也都非常积极的动员起来，来投入、来推动能源转型、绿能的一个产业，朝向2050的这个净零转型的目标来迈进。所以呢，今天下午呢，第一位讲者当然也是有关于这个趋势的永续的趋势。那么我们现在以热情掌声来欢迎的是国际海洋股份有限公司董事长、总经理，掌声欢迎 Vincent 蔡明格董事长。非常年轻、有朝气的董事长，蔡明格董事长拥有台大海洋工程学系以及研究所的学位，创立了海洋国际。掌声欢迎蔡董事长，年轻有为，年轻有为。
Hello, everyone. My name is Vincent. In this field, everyone just call me Vincent. My background is from National Taiwan University in ocean studies. I entered into the industry doing shipping construction and survey. You may wonder why a private company is taking part in this seminar. Actually, at IOG, starting in 2018, we set up our branch for talent development. So I will talk a little bit about that later, about our training center in Taichung. This is our organizational chart, and I will quickly explain the background. In 2013, Taiwan is developing its offshore wind power industry. So at that time, we joined the field. And from the beginning, we set up the vessel and survey departments. Directly under us, we have a ship management company. And then recently at our shipyard, in Zhangjun, we provide ship construction as well as survey. On the right is our O&M, operation and management. And I will elaborate on the Steel in Taiwan and TIWTC, which is our training center for wind power related talents. As I mentioned, in 2013, we were established, and there were three demo wind power stations at that time. And we enter into the market with this work to help with O&M and some construction work. We began to have our first passenger vehicle in Taiwan. Offshore versus onshore turbine the main difference is people cannot go there directly, walk there, so they need a vessel, which is a ship. So we began with our first ship. In 2018, Taiwan became the first of set up the first 120 megawatt offshore station. Before that, we just had demo ones which had only 2 turbines, and that's not one that would draw international attention. So at that time, Taiwan just followed its own regulations. But by 2018, we found that we need the support of international brands and set up international standards. So we invited Seawind UK to co-found Seawind Taiwan with us and begin developing local talents. In the same year, we also found out that in the future, as we develop this industry, funding and financial backing and financial systems and insurance systems need to be more robust. So to ensure funding is no longer an issue, but more of an issue is where technology and our people come from. So in 2018, we invited a few state-owned companies to set up the first GWO training center called Global Wind Organization to the first of its kind in Taiwan. In the same year, we also work with the government to set up guidelines for offshore wind power stations. And we put sustainability as one of the required license in this field. And I won't go into further detail about the rest of the company history. Actually, everyone at the company is quite young. I am probably one of the more senior, 40 years old. Actually, the rest are all in their 30s. In the green energy and power, wind power field, there are a lot of young talents. Specifically because this is quite a new industry, so whether it is senior or young colleagues, actually they are pretty much from the same age group. So we really welcome anyone who is interested in this field to join this career. There are a lot of PV related talents who are slowly shifting into wind power field. According to estimates, by 2025, we will need 8,000 people, workers in this field, and we are at 2,000 right now, so there is a big gap. Later on, I will talk about where this gap comes from. Indeed, the training of every worker is quite time and money consuming. So you can see here we have shipping, ocean survey, O&M, etc. I was talking with Axel, and we find that in our field there's a lot of horizontal movement in our people. When one enters the company, he or she comes with civil engineering or shipping specialization, and as they grow, then they become they work in different projects in other places. For example, those who are specialized in ship maintenance or engineers, ship engineers. After 6 or 7 years of work, they want to a job closer to home or be able to go home every day. So they may move into our ship repair department. And at this department, they would be able to utilize their skills and go home every day. So this is quite important for those who are who used to be on ship workers. These are our services, and over here is about what we do with survey. Um, we have geophysical service, UXO survey, construction support, hydrographic survey, and metal ocean. So, uh, 2 or 3 years before a wind station is built, we need to start this, and 20 years in of the construction, and then at the commissioning, all these services continue. This is for O&M. We do cable construction, CTV charter, and O&M. And this year we're starting to do O&M for this project. Okay, so this is where the key comes in. In 2018, because IOG finds a big gap in our workforce. But in Taiwan, we don't have a training center complying to international standards. So we wanted to set up one such center ourselves. We wanted to build just a small building with just 20 million. But after a meeting with TPC, Taiwan Shipping, and the port, we talked about talent training, and the organizers invited a few companies, including ourselves, to chat. And they asked how to develop wind power talents. And after we told them our proposal, actually all these state-run companies find it very important. So together with them, we set up the TIWTC. Actually, quickly we set it up, starting from a $20 million scale, and now we changed to a 10 to a $100 million budget, and then we hope that over the next 2 decades we will continue to train people with GWO certifications. We have a 21-meter high simulated tower, and it's very lifelike. It has the same height as the actual cabin in a turbine. So using this, we can ensure the trainees know that actually this tower will shake around, and what kind of safety measures are required here. One big difference between this one and others is this is an offshore type. So it follows the same model as an offshore type, and the difference is over here. There is a transfer stop. If you've seen an offshore power station, you will see the yellow portion, and vessels can park next to it, and then the workers can climb up to 8 meters to the first platform, and then after you go in, you take an elevator of 100 meters to up above. So this is a complete setup to ensure our trainees can learn about how offshore turbine works. Of course, we also have a pool, a training pool. This is the biggest pool for GWO in Asia. It's 3 to 6 meter deep, and we have a meteorologic simulation there. So this year, starting this year in our training, we will have all blackout situation. There's lightning and wind, so that our trainees can have an experience, a taste of what it feels like to be in the middle of an emergency out in the sea. And of course, you need buddies. In offshore stations are usually very far from hospitals. Even if you call a helicopter over, it may take 2 hours. So during this period of time, we need our workers to have the basic training to maintain their own safety, and the same for their colleagues.
So let me quickly go through this what is a GWO course. It is so-called the International Organization of Wind Energy. So not only in Taiwan, you can apply all over the world. Meaning that if you get a certification in Taiwan, you can apply a job in Japan, in Vietnam, or European job opportunities. And also from 2018 till now, each year we have roughly around more than 100 persons came from all over the world to come to Taichung, Taiwan to participate in the training. The GWO have two categories. One is basic safety training. So it include the disaster relief, which means if your colleague probably they have cardio failure or any other disease or any condition that they failed and say lost their consciousness or high level work, including the occupational safety, climb the stair safely, and especially when your colleague lost consciousness, and then how to rescue your colleagues, and the ocean, the survival. As I mentioned, that there's a lifeboat on the ocean, so that you can. First things, there's a 4-meter high platform. You need to jump off the platform into the water, jump into the water, so that you can save yourselves. And on top of that, you need to swim to the boat, the lifeboat, and then you need to position the lifeboat and pull your colleagues on the board. So these are the training. The other one is the hand carrier, and so either short turbine or long turbine. This fire hazard is a very important training, basic training. So in this course we have smoke room. That is there's a smoke. So that under the smoke situation, how to evacuate safely. So actually now cells are always on the high level. So you need to, vertically descending from the back of the cabinet. Next is regarding ETTA. That is a basic technical test training. That is a lifelong training. So why there are so many gaps? Because of the after a while, you probably will not familiar if you don't practice that. So we wish that people are always familiar with the safety issues. So on top of that, we recently opened up EFA. So EFA is the enhanced first aid, and also ART, that is advanced rescue training from the high level in the cabinet. And so how to pull people out. Maybe so when your colleagues is maintaining some nuts or machines, you need to pull them out. This is our critical track record recently started from 2018. Back in 2020, we published that in Asia Pacific area, including Australia and the entire Asia. So we are the largest agency to issue the certificate. This is a record from 2019, and then 2020 is here. By 2021 in Asia Pacific, we are also one of the leader in this level. So we are the first training agency. It combined with a total of 14 agencies. So with a single training agency, the Taichung function has a very good credit in Asia. The total certification in 2021, we issued more than 2,500 certificate. Some of the colleagues they not only have one certificate, probably some of them have 3 certificates. So each year we have between 600 to 800 participants who came to our training center to receive relevant certificate. So back to what I mentioned, that here in Taiwan, before 2025, we need if we need 8,000 workforces. So while we only train 800 people each year, so it is far away from the need. So last year we also established a new training agencies. At the moment, we have 4 training agencies. So with this, so I think we are kind of proud of this. So by 2021, we have received Asia's best training teams. So this issue is that on top of quantity, so we are the one of the leader in Asia Pacific with regard to the qualitative aspect. We are also a leader in Asia Pacific area. So the other one is even more proud of it, that we received the top 3 young achiever among the world. So this is a young achiever of the year. Is very critical because the trainer need to be under 30 years old. So this is a very good place to nurture the trainer. We also encourage the industry to train more instructors, especially the new instructors. Back then, when we established a training center, we have between 5. There are eight trainers. And so back then, when we established the training centers, we thought about that. We have 2 directions. One is to keep the opportunity for the young colleagues, or so we keep the opportunity for the senior technicians. So even to people who have teaching experience in the field, like professors or associate professors. But after consideration, we expect the training of the trainer is not only for the condition that they will continue to teach, but also they will serve the industry. So we want to keep the opportunity for the younger people. So we keep all those 8 positions to the person who are younger than 30 years old. Actually, GWO, when they issue the first safety award, so we have found that our company in this field, how can we have this kind of strategy? So we mentioned that we expect to train those young trainers because they are the key or the start in the future. So back in 2021, we have received such an award. So we are very happy. And so this is the young trainer, looks very, very young or naive, but in the wind training, so our rating is the highest in our company, because including the developer, in this field. The developer in this field and the EDC vendors, they like this trainer very much. So, okay, right. One more comment is that this year, 2022, the safety award as well as the Young Achiever, both of the award have been nominated. So we wish to receive the award this year, and certainly this year's Young Achiever will be another colleague, also very young. So in 2020, so in 2018, we established this training center. After we realized the demand here in Taiwan, we found there's another gap, that is many college students, they want to come to this offshore wind field, but they are not familiar with this industry. So we developed a so-called pilot project sponsored by the industry to sponsor the college student and other people who want to enter this field. I mean, because if they enter 5 days at GW course, that is a very huge burden for regular people, general public. So we changed the course to 1 day to 1.5 days, so that then to experience the working environment on the ocean. So establish while establish their awareness to this offshore wind power. This is very critical. I want to spend more time on it. So because in a wind farm, people need to climb very high, so that is a very high occupational risk. So people who enter this field, maybe more about 20 to 30% drop out in the first year. So today's training course, if the person need to receive all the certificate, the cost is between $200,000 to $300,000. So if the company want to sponsor 10 staff, it will cost them a lot. So we took this opportunity to let the people warm up. So if they lost their confidence, they can drop out without cost too much. But through this pilot project, they can know that they are not really for this field, or maybe they saw the potential, and so they change their field in finance or offshore wind research or offshore wind farm finance. Even they do the maintenance, so they need to take the training every other years. So I told them for every 2 years you will have encounter the same situation. For this company have helped many the president of Asia Pacific company, for example, like CIP Worship, their senior foreign president received the training in our center. So here the wind training have very good reputation. I'm sorry, but in this field, the reason I don't have the slide because we just initiated this week. So for the wind training for these past few years here in Taiwan, we have accumulated many the cases. We incorporate this system from Europe and localize it. We have a local TI WTC. So last year we found that what we are doing is not only for Taiwan, but also we can support the development in Korea or Vietnam. Last year we start to help Vietnam to establish their own training center. So last year we already support PPD to build or establish their training center. This year we have helped a full training center in Japan. Even more importantly, we want to bring the Taiwan brand to the international arena, because in the beginning we never thought that training can make profit. But this is a different perspective right now. So here now in Japan, including Tohoku Electric or power plant and other major company to conduct collaboration in Japan to develop our business. This week is the first batch of the customer from Japan. We help the client to train their people in Japan. We expect to, after a couple of months, we will have an official press release. Okay. So in this part, on top of what I mentioned, the training. So as I mentioned, that actually, in fact, in this in Xingda Ocean, we have done a so-called a lab. Okay. In a geographic survey. So as I mentioned, what I said earlier regarding the training for the offshore wind farm, we have two parts. One is office staff, the other one is recruit. The other part is regarding the training for the crew members. As you know that regarding the crew members, we lack workforce recently. So therefore, we consider human asset is something that the company need to work on that for long-term period. So last year we started from this new Haicheng project, and this is a voyage plan. So as you know, this is the legal requirement as well as the execution is different from the crew and so under the harbor bureau they have less than 1 year the contract for the crews. So their criteria is different from offshore staffs. So we have another company dedicated to train those offshore crews. So for the supply on top of the regular college universities, we consider we should be more active. So last year we invite, that is that we have established training courses. So we sponsor the tuition and the stipend, and also the training hours. After they graduate, they can enjoy lucrative wages, and we also train those new crew members. So for those new crew members, that is we directly, post on the headhunters website, and so we also have more than 100% apply. We recruit about 20%. We send them to the National Ocean University for training, and after 4 months of training, we send them to the vessel to work on the position. For the internship for after 6 months, they can become the official. So during the probation area, we will sponsor all the wages. And so actually, this is the first one to do such training for offshore wind farms. So in our organizations, as I mentioned, we expect while we train our own talents, and also if we have the more room, we want to help Taiwan to establish more talents. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you very much for the Chairman Tsai. A good round of applause for Vincent. Next, we are very happy to invite the Delta Foundation, Tim Chang, Win Chang, the CEO of Delta Electronic Foundation.
基金会之后呢，长期投入风险的传播与推广、低碳建筑还有绿色交通等等的专案，累积至今呢，已经有11次参与联合国的气候变化纲要公约 UNFCCC。再次掌声欢迎我们张执行长，执行长好。
各位与会的先
Dear colleagues, hello everyone. I am Wim Zhang from Delta Electronics Foundation. You can call me by my nickname Agan, and I would be happy to share more about the development of green interdisciplinary or green collar talent. I was very excited to hear Vincent's presentations because I just got my advanced scuba diving license. So when I saw the course, I think it looks like the tuition's quite a bit, $200,000-$300,000, but it's an excellent training environment. And at the foundation in our promotion of green collar talent, if there is something that we are doing, we are a corporate supported foundation, and then it's mainly for our own development. However, if there's some impetus required, we are happy to use the foundation's funding and support other organizations as well in terms of building or automated car or driverless car. I think there are some, as also wind power, there are lots of things that we can do in addition to what we're doing with green building. I think in the last few days, you heard a lot about the challenges faced by different sectors, especially the heavy power consumers. I'm also in my 40s, probably similar to Vincent. My kids, one is in grade 4, one is grade 6. If we keep up with the same trend of temperature rise based on WNO's data, so there's 50 chance that within 5 years the temperature rise will go above 1.5 degrees. So before my children go into college, the temperature will rise by more than 1.5 degrees Celsius. As you've seen recently, a lot of fires, droughts, and in Taiwan, we can already witness between south of Yilan or Yunlin, there's 70 to 90% of coral reef will disappear. Now, this is INCC's report, but of course, every place has different ocean conditions and depth and temperature. The reason I give this example is climate change has a very rapid impact on our life, but for the general public, we may not see it right away. So everything we're doing right now for energy conservation and green talents are all geared towards solving this problem. This is not about election like any politician coming up with a slogan of net zero. Actually, indeed, every human being is facing this crisis. I have to think about my daughters. So if we don't do anything, then we cannot stop this trend. But other than offshore wind power, actually other sectors will also need so-called green talents. So that's what we have been thinking about. At Delta Foundation, as you know, that we are invested in smart building, driverless vehicle, and also industry. So from the foundation point of view, how do we combine our existing know-how with other players in the industry, including associations and unions, is our key topic. And so we started with the building, and then there is industrial, then residential and commercial combination. It's not so easy to encourage everyone to cut down on energy consumption in buildings. As you all know, the cost of water and electricity is very, very low in Taiwan, partly because the government is using some artificial mechanisms to prevent it from reflecting the actual cost. In fact, it's actually a kind of subsidy. So we are really subsidizing the heavy power users. So in the first half of this year, the rise of utility is giving some pressure to our industries. Before we talk about the transfer of pollution costs, actually just utility price alone is giving quite a bit of pressure to the commercial industrial sectors. So starting from last year, we are working on this already with the CNFI, the Chinese National Federation of Industries. Although you can see the CNFI talking in the newspaper saying that they don't want utility price to rise so high. But they also know that there is international pressure. If you don't start by green energy yourself in the future, when you will face a lot of challenges in carbon footprint and green industries. So we propose this course to CNFI. And the way we do this is from the foundation provides resources, and CNFI knows like instructors and trainers, and we want to a certification system that is aligned with the industrial realities of Taiwan, and once they are certified. For example, for wind power, we know that in the same sector, it's applicable and common across different companies, and the certification is recognized by all. So this is what we wanted to achieve with CNFI. And then just before the course was launched, the pandemic interrupted our original pace. It was supposed to be a paid course, but now it's become a free online course. So everyone can take this course online. However, for certification, it's issued by CNFI, and there is a cost associated, but it's not very much. It's 3,000 and New Taiwan dollars. So this is our a kickstart to help everyone learn about the importance. These are the instructors we had. For industrial energy conservation, we often use our own example in 2009 to 2014. For every dollar of product we produce, we cut down the cost by 50%, 50. This is not because we bought a lot of green energy or we found a new industry. Actually, most of it comes from the following. Once the board has established this goal, all assembly lines and all engineers treat this as one of their KPIs. So they do this bottom up thinking of what industries and which areas can I cut down energy. So we tried 1,000 methods. What applies to plant A doesn't necessarily work for plant B, but then it would encourage plant B to think, oh, if plant A can come up with that, should we come up with other ideas? So this is a way that we stimulated ideas and innovation within Delta. So we shared this with CNFI, and today we've taken this one step further. We already have an internal carbon pricing mechanism. Before when we made a decision before, we had the carbon price, but now each business unit and business group is charged per ton of carbon, which is $300 US. So if you spend for every 1 ton of carbon, you need to pay $300 to the headquarters to buy either certification or carbon footprint neutrality, etc. So 300 USD in Taiwan, our carbon price is at 150 to 300, but that's New Taiwan dollars versus our US dollar. So according to the UN and some world organization, if we really want to achieve net zero by 2050, and so if we want to achieve that goal, according to IPCC's sixth assessment, this 300 USD is the is a threshold. So this is a global trend, and as mentioned, by 2050, we heard we need 8,000 wind power talents for offshore wind farms. But globally, whether it's offshore or onshore farms for renewables, in 2019, it has exceeded nuclear, and by 2035, it will exceed energy from coal and replace it as the main power generation method. But in Taiwan, we don't feel this yet. However, if you talk with others who know about this trend, then you will know why they are starting to do industrial management and net zero. Although now we are faced with wars, and there's some green inflation that is happening. However, if we don't do this, we will face impact from climate change. This year, we added more to the course. Since COP26 ESG, it has become more and more of a hot topic. Actually, all the scams I receive now is people trying to sell me ESG stocks. So we can see that in companies, they start to have people think about what carbon neutralization, net zero, or zero carbon involved. There are 26 terms which are very similar and yet different. So we bring that into our course. And at the foundation, we did a lot of work on green building and microclimate. So we have data there. Without changing any of your equipment, you can actually improve the efficiency of AC in your building. This is very simple. If you have a vent for at home, so you can try this at home. If you turn on the gas stove vent, it'll help bring in the the cool air outside and lower your consumption for AC. So this idea is to use microclimate to cut down energy. We tried this at the National Ocean Science Museum, and actually they improve their efficiency by 10%. That's all part of our course. The next thing is about some green financial tools. This was a pain point. If you were to bring in ESCOR, then most people would look at AC system and chillers because it is a major equipment. There are other places to look at. However, the IRR for the investment return would take longer. For example, elevators can also be improved. We once installed the elevator. So when the elevator rises and lowers, there's a weight behind it, and this energy can actually be recycled. But based on today's electricity price, it would take 7 years for that department store to have to break even. However, if we bring this technology in, there would be other places willing to use this new technology. So with this course, company would get exposed to these new technologies, not necessarily all from Delta, but they would know where the latest advances are. Now, in our participation of international with control or EBB players, we had exchange. Our consensus is to achieve 1.5 degrees or net zero. Actually, 90% of the technologies are there already today, but people don't know how to apply it. And every time we buy an IC, we buy an AC. Let me give you an example. In Taiwan, the most energy smart AC just is only 300 kilowatt hour per year. So you may think, oh, I don't have a broken AC unit at home, but they don't know after you install it, the main carbon footprint comes from the using it rather than producing. So if there is enough motivation for owners to replace their AC system, this would be more effective. We also have some field visits. Today we have E3 colleagues here, and for actually, it's very difficult to go into a factory and have visits because it may be a competitor, and then you have to open up your production lines for others to see. So it's more of a conceptual visit. But I think the main thing is the evidence. If they find the evidence, then they would think about how to apply it in their own factories. I think this would be a way that we proceed in the future. We also provide some teaching resources and coaching resources. Actually, not too many people are willing to offer these because they worry about opening up their assembly lines to others.
So these are the improvement recommendation. Basically, they just conduct a diagnosis on what kind of facility you want to procure and what kind of technology you need to invest. So we just provide such recommendations. Up to this year, now we have the fourth term, a total of more than 4,000 people apply. At the moment, about 50% receive the certificate. So we still consider here in Taiwan, only a few people really care about energy efficiency or energy saving. So start from the board, and then they would focus on the energy saving and the low carbon production line to reach that kind of performance. Then the priority is energy saving. So on top of collaborate with factory, I want to spend 10 minutes to talk about two other courses. To certain part, they are kind of conceptual promotion. Started from 2009, we collaborate with Northern Taipei Science and Technology University. So we don't offer the credentials because we have national standard as well as the international one. But we collaborate with USGCB, so such course can meet. I mean, to meet USGPC CIO, that is their hours. So about 40 hours annually for this course. So by the same token, so we have the convener, including Delta. So we have the automation experts and so EIS field. So the experts in this field to discuss and to set up the course. Especially this past 2 years, we have focused on net zero. So here in Taiwan, we are promoting zero carbon buildings after the 2009, the Typhoon Morak. We helped elementary school to rebuild it. So in 2019, their annual power consumption is 0.9 per degree. So by 2015, they have reached net zero. So the power generation is the same as the power consumption. 2015, they have more and more people in the tribe, more students. So in every square meters, they have at 1 degree. Perhaps you don't know what it means. You go to the convenience store. So the annual consumption is about 1,000 degree per year. Last year, after we invest in certain facilities, and actually, indeed, the so-called this proactive generate the power is about 22 kW for solar panel. But we asked Jodin architect firms to combine the passive the energy, incorporate natural wind, natural ventilation. So last year, they obtained a lead. That is American Green Building Association to issue the first one in Asia. That is a net zero consumption building in Asia. That is a second building around the world. Here in Taiwan, we advocate so the net zero carbon buildings. I want to tell you. So first of all, our architect, our constructor, and the facility as well as system vendor here in Taiwan, we can reach that same level. So with that, so actually we are in this year with regard to the UN report. We have take the other building that is a building in National Cheng Kung University's green building to incorporate in our report. So it became the one of the 7 green buildings, pilot building. We also incorporate that in our course. As of now, we have about, these past 2 years, out of the 1,300 application, about 400 received the certificate because of COVID-19 pandemic. It is free. In the future, we will try to collect certain the costs. Here in Taiwan, when we talk about low carbon architect, only a few or a handful of companies really concerned about that. Most of them are just concerned about how to save the power utility bills. So this is a very huge potential here in Taiwan because of the pandemic. So now it's a very popular one. It's so-called the health building. So with that, we collaborate with the NOEL, the National Health Building Alliance. We commission here in Taiwan agency for certification. So here it is a formal training. When we talk about the energy saving, people can see the stake for stakeholder for the energy managers. But now you want to get rid of the ethanol evaporation from the carpet or from the paint. So with regard to the air exchange or ventilation equipment is more and more important. So we incorporate this concept and also seek the advice from the teachers. So we organize the course and then to combine the areas running the circular economy. So like in the carpet or tile industry, to incorporate the relevant issues. As you know, that in its excellent environment, the issue is how to obtain, they call, that is where and there's a balance of mental, soul, and the physical condition. That is so-called healthy survival. Here we have tried to do one that is combine the craftsmanship. So after the pandemic here in Taida Foundation, the year of the gas explosion in Kaohsiung, we have a collaboration with the foundation. So after the explosion, gas explosion, we had some cover up, and so during the pandemic, we visit their office. It was in January. Sometimes January was very hot, especially they have this pressure clothes because they want to heal the wounds, so they don't have the core to sweat. Or so they need to turn on the air conditioner, and they also need to open up the window for ventilation. So we incorporated the system to the Sunshine Foundation, so they can enjoy the fresh air. So after more than 1 year of observation, even in the most air polluted days in Kaohsiung, the PM25 can maintain between 2 to 3. So that's much lower than the international standard. So we believe that with those logos promotion, it can help in Taiwan on top of the health architecture and energy saving or net zero building. We can have some discussion. At the moment, the application is very good. So now it's still free. So more and more people want to go to the visit the building. So next month we will have a new course. So you are all welcome to apply. Last minute, I want to make a summary. So with from the perspective of foundation, we do more innovation on climate change. So we want to bring the concept through a think tank, either to Taida or the foundation or our partners. So we want to conduct the latest research. But with regard to the talent training, we are trying to think that perhaps on top of public sector, they have budget. So if we can start from private sector to collaborate to help them to become a net zero company and to become a business like the previous speaker said that they have a very good example, so we won't touch that. But next, what business we can initiate? So here in Taiwan, after next year, maybe people will buy electrical vehicle as their next car. So on top of their back to their original company for maintenance, so they can have other the mechanics to maintenance. So this complete my presentation. Thank you very much. Delta Foundation. On top of green building, we also have a health building. Next, the third speaker this afternoon is Professor Li Chunyang from Department of Electrical Engineering, Chunyuan Christian University. So it is not a school of grid, but also training for the experts in power and grid. Dr. Li has received the award from President Tsai Ing-wen. Let's welcome Professor Li Junyao.
学校。
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. The topic I want to speak on today, could you play my PowerPoint? Can you play? Okay, my topic today is the training of grid schools for power and power system and smart grid. The reason we have this idea is because we have a problem. Power systems and smart grids are very short in talents, and that's why they want to train people in this area. So today I want to discuss with you the answer to this question, to this problem. Myself, I don't have the solution, but I would like to share with you this idea so we can find it together. Before we go into this topic, we heard a previous speaker talk about driverless car. So just to give us an example of the impact of power system and grid. How do I proceed? The previous speaker talked about driverless car. And before, we used to think it's very far away because it's pure battery. But in the last few years, because of the rapid fall of battery price, all of a sudden, a driverless car or autonomous vehicle has become AV has become a big topic. So let's imagine that at night we would charge our car and then we top it up at our workplace, at the shopping mall, along the highway, and then after we go home, we fill it to the top again. So this tells us in the future there will be 80% of domestic power use, and the rest, such as public charging and commercial charging, are 10% only. So to charge a car at home, because at home we use about 3 kilowatt power. For EV, electrical car, it takes 7 kilowatt, totaling 10 kilowatt. So that means at home, we need to go from 3 kilowatt all the way to 7 kilowatt. That's more than two-fold impact. So personally, I think that will bring the next industrial revolution because I need a thicker cable at home. It's like a pipe. If you need more water flow, then you need a bigger diameter. Same is true for electrical cables and electrical cables. That means I need to have bigger electrical posts, transformers, and local substations. So that's going to be an industrial revolution and a big challenge. We saw that by 2030, it'll be 30 to 35% of ratio, and we thought it was too far away because it's 8 years from now. But now it looks more and more likely. By 2040, 100%. So how do we respond to this future inevitability? That is one of the issues we need to discuss when we talk about power system and grid. Just to ensure you feel more relevant, I gave this example. In the future, when you charge your EV at home, we do it after we get off work. The peak hours is 7:30 to 10:30. Starting May this year, the peak time for charging will be move to at 4 o'clock to 10 o'clock at night. That will be the new peak hour, and there's a $2 difference. In the future, the difference will be $6 at peak hour. So for every kilowatt hour. So what would you do? Maybe it's better to generate your power. Maybe have PV panels to charge your own vehicles. So this is possible and probable in the future. And actually, this price is in effect already. So in the future, the peak hour is going to be 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. and the price may rise even more because there's no solar power. We are home, and we need to charge our EVs. So that's going to be the future peak hour. So this is a vision that is moving closer and closer to us. We need to solve the grid and power system issue. But however, now we really lack people in this field. How do we achieve this goal? That is the reason we are here. EVs have a lot of functions. The battery in the future, if you are out of power, then you have power outage, then you can use the battery. Also, it can participate in the grid subsidies because they are actually mobile power stations because you can actually sell power back to TPC. So what we need to do is to predict solar generation. We need to have some demand response if we want to sell power back to TPC and to the grid. So when we talk about power and grid, it's so to ensure that we can enjoy the air conditioning we have today, and also in the future when we have a lot of EVs coming in, how can our grid still support that? So other than that minor issue, we still have this issue, but 20% of renewables by 2025. This is not what the government wants to promote, but it was forced to promote. The reason is because of carbon tariffs. When we sell products abroad, that we need to pay for carbon rights or carbon tax. So TPC needed to do this. For example, Delta wanted to achieve RE100 in the future. That means 100% of renewables in the energy we consume. So this is a demand we see, and our country needs to provide this kind of supply to the companies. So that's in a very short future in 2025. And then EVs come in as well. So with all these complex factors, this is a very difficult problem. The technology is there already, but where are the people? Maybe we need the MOEA minister to talk about this, and Ministry of Labor is also critical to help us train young people or students to take part in this sector. We keep coming back to the topic of workforce shortage in power system and grid. So they can't be sitting ducks. They need to do something. So we see a big gap in people here. I remember a TPC executive told me that TPC had a period of 10 years where they had no new recruits. Can you imagine that? So between 55 and 65 years old, there is no new recruits there. There's a huge gap, and that's not very healthy for an organization. So we need to quickly fill up that gap. That is why a lot of industry players are getting together to discuss what to do. And we came up with this idea of grid school. And these companies will raise the issues that need to be discussed. If you know a little about power, there's generation, distribution, and sales. EV is just part of the sales end, but there are a lot of ends before, a lot of components before that. Just for EVs alone, we need a rate design and marketing people. And when I sell it, I need TPC support for transactions. For example, if I have a battery, I have a mini battery at home, and I can sell power back to TPC when they need some power. So I can make some money, and that's a good business opportunity for me. So we can turn crisis into opportunities this way. So there are a lot of keys here at different processes. So including for wind power, as mentioned before, our country needs this for 100% renewables, 20% green energy, whatever the goal is. We need this for our industry. So we established the grid school. It doesn't really issue any diploma. It's more conceptual than anything. We have all these major companies coming together to discuss potential solutions. So we have orders, but we don't have people. So how can we proceed? So in 2019, we convened over 400 companies and over 4,000 people. So you can see 12% utility companies, 33% technology and service, 39% power consumers, and 16% others. So you can see most of them are businesses rather than employees. So we are helping businesses find people and train them to be usable. Of course, training is required. It's just like any student or an actor. An actor needs training. So the question now is, how can we ensure we have an engineer who is ready to work? So training is critical. The grid school has school education, so teaching students at school in a regular system, and there's vocational training to help those who want to change job or do on-the-job training, and social education to train the general public to teach them that this is our common goal, and that is the mission of the grid school. As I mentioned, a lot of businesses wanted to solve this problem, and eTree took the responsibility on its back and set up the grade school to do these three things. School education is quite straightforward. As for vocational training, there's more like fundamentals or specialized training, which is more advanced, like for electrical power and power system engineers, and cross-disciplinary application. So there are a lot of certifications for these cross-disciplinary applications. So this is for vocational education. And then there's social education. It's not just about saving power. It's more about intelligent use of electricity. That's part of social education. So at school, what can you do? We can invite instructors and teachers over. This is quite straightforward. But if we want to attract students to get more long-term and in-depth training, then we can, at the Faculty of Economics, we can have additional certification in their diploma. Students are a very interesting group. They never know what they do, but they have a lot of ideas. So we need to try and tie them up somehow. For example, with the university diploma, they're tied up for 4 years of education. Likewise, we want to use ways such as minors or diplomas to let them know that it's more than just taking one course. They need to start from fundamentals, which is from school, basic and advanced courses, and then all the way into their careers. NTU, National Taiwan University, has a very famous example for this additional notation on their diploma. Here, they have a system where they are certified for smart grid and green energy in terms of interdisciplinary strength. So after in these faculties, they can choose to complete the courses and then have this additional notation in their diploma, so they can have complete understanding of power and grid through this course. So at the E3, we try to find internships, and at the school, they can organize courses so they can get this notation in their diploma. And we also try to attract some students from this talent pool to actually work at our companies. As for social education, it's about educating the public to have the right concept. So we try to explain in layman's language, in understandable Chinese, and we have a lot of courses. For example, learn a power system in 10 classes. Of course, this is an exaggeration, but it's a good basic course. If you are interested, you can click into this link and learn about some of the ideas. There's no fancy ideas here, but it's all very correct knowledge. And then we have the vocational training classes, which is why we are here. A lot of people want their employees to have good skills, so they need to train people. So vocational training, to give you an example, is we have a certification for power market and assistive services. We know how the stock trading works and how traders work. But in the future, we'll have utility traders. And so we need to train those. There's 89% of passing rate for this certification. This is like the driver's course, like a driver's license. You get a driver's license, and then this one, it's a kind of certificate, and you also need to pay for it, just like a driver's license. So we train people who can do power-related transactions. There are some companies who store energy, so they need to have this kind of ideas and this kind of employees. So there's actually demand for this. So these are the kind of courses content we have. We have classroom work, field visits, and practicums. So these are some of the key points for the kind of talents we need, such as double E engineers or power professionals, wind farm development in the areas of storage and generation of power. And for wind power, we need various engineers and planners. So we are matching each area with the kind of people we need. A brief summary here. School, social, and vocational education. So this is the mission of our grid school, and we are expanding our alliance and our school members. This is really a social movement. This is not the government's issue, it's ours. You will all have an EV in the future, and when you charge it, you'll need to worry about this.
Some of they are free, yes, right here. It's about the Taiwan Power and Energy Engineering Association. The role is for the association is to gather together like a Lions Club or Rotary Club or mountain climbing or jogging club. It is an organization or a group. So on top of the education, are there any agency that can provide interactive opportunities, or in the association, people can get rid of the uniform, get rid of their titles. They are all equal. Perhaps with that, they can talk about the truth and the fact. So when we establish this association, this is a 5th year. The objective is to speed out the questions, especially Delta have a lot of experience and history. If you don't tell people, then nobody understands. So we organize a lot of online forum that is for the more advanced level, so people who really want to know in depth, and also for the business people who want to identify the business opportunity. For example, in November, which means 2 months later, we have invite experts from Taipower to talk about some system. This is a Department of System Organization to talk about the resilience and the power supply for the grid, and also the director for the power development. So how to develop the power under the energy transition. Also invite the expert from the sales department regarding the demand from the users. And so we invite the speaker from the Taipower, and also they how they are going to distribute the powers. So when the president have a press release, people pay attention because that's national development direction. So when the director is going to present, so people also focus because they want to learn what is the future direction of Taipower. So it's a power. How and why we can invite these directors, because the power in the nation is among the general public. The power of the association is on the members. So you can see the president of ITRI, the general manager of Taipower, the deputy manager of Taipower. So when they say if you have a relationship, and then you have no problem at all. So in this forum, it is not as an official representative. Otherwise, it would be too formal. So that's not the fact. So you are welcome to listen to their presentation. So then we start from January to June, and July to August, we have organized 44 seminars. What's wrong with Science Park? We asked TSMC to present. The key point is that it is free, so people can share the information. So therefore, it is to some vendors who want to identify the business opportunities. For the government agency, they want to identify the direction. They want to find a solution. So this is a format, and through this issue, we can convert to the online and digitize. So there are many features here. For example, like this one, this is official communication and provide solutions. For EV, electrical vehicle, is an issue. So we found the director from here, this department, so talk about community chargers. So for Taipower's director, they also have some response. One is the competent authority. The other one is the director who is in charge of the power facilities for the chargers. so you can see some sparkles. And the second is, so this is another platform. So when the wind is too high, we want to reduce the wind and fill up the gap. And how to do that? How can we do that? So these are startup. We ask the CEO to talk about their advocacy as a vendor's perspective. What are their bottlenecks? So this will be a platform for discussion. So what I said, the academy from ITRI, it is a platform for training. So what can they do in the future? So you will go through this, so not necessarily debate, but rather than discussion to create a solution. The third is this online foreign report. So people, some media just have some gossip. It's not the authentic, but on this forum, although it's not 90 or 100%, but at least 99% authentic and correct. So this is another feature, that is a certificate of the participation. Some of the internal training from the company, they ask us staff to participate, continue education here in the campus. We also require those credits. So we need to have several hours of training. So in the business sector, it's the same. What we can provide is like this. We provide the professional learning for the internal the training for the companies. Secondly, for students, for example, if they want to advance their study. So this is the channel. So to establish a platform is a place, a resource for the future, as I mentioned earlier. Says what the students need is they have a lot of opinions. They don't know how to discuss. So back in our days, we just look at the newspaper and find a job, and that's the end. So then we retired. So that's so-called nowadays we call it. You can call it information exploration. There's no way to turn back. So how to promote the energy, that the power and the grid is a direction to the students? That's a challenge. What can we do? So to help let them to have the option, just like the menu. So there are many dishes you can select, you can choose. So we cannot convince them to say, hey, this is the way to go. Many students ask me, so where can I go in the future? So should I go to communication or power? So I thought in my mind, how can I know that? So whether it is good to have a long hair or short hair, I say it's just as you like. Whether it's a beef noodle or a plain noodle, so it's up to you. So as I said earlier, so there are many key categories: greed, and power transmission, power generation, and power distribution, and the power trading. So which one you go? Whether you should go to Taipower or TSMC, I don't know, but at least I provide a platform. There are many forums to help you to know that you can just listen first out of so many forums, including the bioenergy, including geothermal, solar panels. And they can have a free discussion, and some people want to recruit talents, because many students, when they want to find a job, they don't go through headhunter. Sometimes they browse the web. So through this forum, the company can present the best spec and how they train the people, and they can attract more talent. So we have more exposure. It was a small pond in the past, but now it's a blue ocean. So we expand the pool with that. So for the recruiter, they can find the appropriate talent. For the job hunter, it is the same. So as I mentioned earlier, that the chairman mentioned that the lost sheep. So many people just left or quit. So that's no return. So, however, perhaps through this forum, you can see the directors, supervisors, and the boss in the company, and then the content, and reduce the occurrence of a lost ship, instead of just you quit after you were on board. So before I joined this company, I can learn what's going on. So with this era of information exploration, so how to present the beef. That's the inevitable approach. I'm not saying I'm the best, but at least you can see me. I need to tell people what we are doing, how to train our staff, and you need to do the marketing. So the format of forum, perhaps it will be the trend in the future, especially for when Ministry of Labor want to expand the talent training, or job hunter, they want to find a company. This is a very good approach. Okay, so this is an online forum. So you can scan the barcode to join this. For this association, it is non-profit organizations. Every time I saw their balance sheet, they have a $700,000 budget per year. It's not much. So if you want to review, so it's just like the students, when they want to register, they need to pay $100 member fees. So here in Taiwan, you need to be adult, over 18 years old. So you need to organize such a forum. That's very challenging. So, but this is our pride. So because we are NGO, so here people can speak freely, and you can learn and find those issues and solutions. So you are all welcome, of course. So on this online forum, the second role or feature is that, well, because like our physical meeting, so if you give a poor presentation, it is embarrassed. But on the online forum, you don't need to worry. You just cut off the connection. You can walk away. So after so many forums, and which one I like, so I can continue to listen. So that is okay. If you don't like it, you just can't disconnect it, right? So it is a free function, rather free function. To speaker, it is another pressure. If I lost my audience, so you can tell the count, like the gaming. So if the participants are less and less. But on the other hand, if you make a good presentation, there are more and more people logging. So to help the more the superior beef being exposed before the good horse meet the Bo-le, the one who really know his talent. So he's not a talent. So we need to go through this such interaction, so the job hunter and the recruiter can know each other. Thank you very much. This completes my presentation. Thank you, Dr. Li. So it is very joyful to listen to your presentation. Once again, Ron, you should be a celebrity on the TV. I really enjoy your presentation. All right. So the Power Grid Academy really trained the people in the grid. So we need to expand the pool to catch the talent. Next is our break. We will take a break till 2:50. Please be back.
After the coffee break at 10 minutes to 3. Thank you so much for the panel discussion. Don't go away. Thank you. 好的，我们线上的数位课程呢，您可以3选1，最佳化的技术、企业近邻的永续，还有机电整合的概论，这是我们的数位的奖品啊，数位的那个抽奖的奖品。那么如何参加呢？赶快扫描 QR code， 完成线上报道的动作，您就有机会被抽中。好，2点50分准时回到现场，进行我们的精彩、众所期待的综合讨论、综合座谈 （panel discussion）。好，扫描 QR code， 完成线上签到的动作，就有机会可以被抽出来，变成 winner。Thank you very much. See you in just a while. 之后呢，1分钟之内回到现场就是我们的精彩的座谈会的部分 ，Q&A panel discussion。Ladies and gentlemen, we're back from our coffee break, and now it's time for our panel discussion, Industrial Academic and Vocational Education Training Sector Cooperation for the Future Interdisciplinary Sustainable Talent. Long topic, right? Okay. Now, 我们接下来呢，回到现场是我们的综合座谈，主题是产学训合作共育绿色跨域的人才。那么接下来呢 ，Andy 要请到的是我们的 moderator， 他要先为我们进行精彩的引言。Ladies and gentlemen， 我们现在以热情掌声欢迎台湾科技大学讲座教授，也是台湾永续能源研究基金会执行长顾阳顾教授，掌声欢迎。大师好，教授好，请。Chair Professor, National Taiwan University of Science and Technology, also CEO of Taiwan Institute for Sustainable Engineering. 现任是台湾科技大学讲座教授，期刊论文超过180篇，学术论文超过350篇，是我们台湾循环永续的重要推手。掌声欢迎顾教授好。
好，谢谢。Thank you, the moderator. So for today's subject today is very, very meaningful. We often said that. This actually the innovation and as well as sustainability are oriented by human assets. This week I participated quite a few events. This week I have heard 3 companies told me they are all among top 100 companies. So one electronic companies, one is in engineering, the other one is in finance. They all say the same thing, that is, hey, professor, our talent. So for the new talent is a big issue. So today when we talk about the human resources or talents here in Taiwan, actually, so people care more about it is the population structure here in Taiwan. As you know, that now we are talking about 2030, we talk about 2050. So I believe by 2050, perhaps I'm not here, so perhaps the younger people are still here. You will take the responsibilities. But now, with regard to the talent issues, I think including the quantity and the quality, we have a big problem. So one issue is that today we talk about some green issue, some innovation, and sustainable talents. On top of that, so like a couple of days ago when I organized a meeting at Academia Sinica, and I have work with CEO Mr. Chang, so he was there. So after the event, I drove home. So my colleagues are very young and very potential NGO leaders. So they asked me, Professor Gu, so I think by 2050, we cannot retire by 65. I say that's very likely. So in the future, perhaps you need to work till 70 or 75. So I'm very happy to retire by 65. Why is that? So does that mean that our talents in the future, one people need to take 1.5 responsibilities, because by 2050 we only have 80 million people, and the majority of them are people like me, very old. So in our people on the post, you need to take 1.5 or even 2 responsibilities. So basically, that's quantitative issues, as I mentioned earlier. That 3 companies, they all told me that so this year we have a problem to recruit new talents. So I say, you are top 100 companies, and then you have a problem. So the other thing is we have a fewer and less college graduate. So, so less than 20,000 newly graduated is not enough for the industry. So this is one point I want to highlight. Secondly, I also heard earlier that a few experts and speakers mentioned that I think that is an excellent presentation. So they have one consensus voice that is we need new talents. So actually in every sector need the talents. What can we do? So we have less population, but we need more talents. And so where can we recruit those talents for even for new sectors? We probably have a very big challenge with regard to the human resources. So therefore, I think I want to tell you that so we don't have enough talents, and then they not to mention that they are really to take the training and to take the learning. So with regard to the training centers, so that's a rather a big challenge. We don't have enough workforce, and they don't necessarily will follow our instruction and leadership. So as I mentioned earlier, that regardless of the Power Academy where and windmill or wind farm alliance or the Delta Foundation, they are very excellent. However, we still have the fundamental issue that is the workforce shortage. So therefore, today we have a very interesting event. So I hope that we can contribute some inspiration for the talent training. So here I want to quickly go through the circular or sustainability. People always said this opportunity is there are trillions of opportunities. This is what EU said, not what I said. So they estimate the trillions of NT dollars value and opportunities. So during the break, the speakers and our director talk about something in the room. So we found that there's a big issue that even we have this information, but how can we convey the information to the people, like younger generations or the business sector? So that's rather a big or major challenge. They need to equip with innovative and fresh ideas. But whether they can accept the idea we convey, so that's a challenge. So here, especially talk about the circular sustainability. When I have an opportunity to make a presentation, I always say that people like me in the environmental engineering. So when we talk about this for decades, this is not a new concept. The motto may be the same or maybe change, but the concept still remain the same. People always say it's difficult and very challenging. If talent training is very easy, so today we don't need to worry about that right here. So it is the same concept for years, but we are talking about the circular economy, but the concept is only one. The reutilization and the recycle. So the concept is there. We maybe add some the spice here and there, but the concepts remain the same. So how come that we still cannot promote it smoothly and expand it smoothly? So that's a challenge, and something we need to think about when we train the talents. So that's rather challenging. So if take during the break, I just communicate with other people. The people more talk about this information is net zero. So net zero is a very popular hot issue. When we saw this, the issue, are we ready here in Taiwan? So you can see 60% of the people still are watching. I can tell you I'm really concerned, but I have no idea what it is. So I don't know what to do with that. I don't know how to take the action. Only a handful of the business, they really initiate something or start to concern. because 25% of them are complain their Apple supply chain or their Google supply chain, ask them to do something different. So those are the things they receive a direct impact and pressures. Then let's take a look at how many companies set up a carbon reduction index and the goal. It is even less. So now the government also concerned about carbon footprint, and so when we saw those figures, so there are a major challenge during the break. So the colleagues told me that so for this part, if this is a situation in Taiwan, if you move south, then the ratio is even less and lower. So with that, if you want to convey the concept in short time, even to train the talents, that's rather indeed rather a great challenge. So when we talk about the talent training, this is an opportunity as well. So basically speaking, when we saw the business promote sustainability, so called the circular economy, during the journey, perhaps we encounter some challenges. So I often said that I mentioned that because oftentimes I have a communication with the government, but actually. As a matter of fact, the government need to play certain roles so they can play a role in various perspectives. So if the problem from the business that are following, first, they don't have awareness. The second is regulations. So when we talk about the Climate Act, it is a law, a regulation, but it not also involve the regulation in the Ministry of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Environment, but it also involves net zero. It is not consensus. And there are many issues, the budget issues, and how to make assessment of the performance. These are the challenge for the business partner from the government's perspective. So can we support the business to solve those issues? And most critically, so I wrote here, the second part is the staffs. So either the technology and the management. When we say the Power Academy provide the talent, and they also involve the grid or power management. The wind farm is the same. So when we talk about net zero, it's the same in many sector and field. We all need the talents to conduct a lot of enhancement. So this is a linking. I really appreciate the colleagues to compile this. Actually, take the global view. So if we concern about the green talent training here in Taiwan. So from LinkedIn, their global perspective is that you can see in certain sectors, the talent is truly really getting more and more demanding. So however, such demand, as I highlighted earlier, so they cannot match the supply because there's a gap, so-called education and training. So there's a demand, but so our young generation, our talents, they don't necessarily enter this industry. So there's a gap between supply and demand. So this is something we need to discuss today, which is very important. Okay, that's so much about my summary. So later I hope that the three distinguished guests can focus on the subject of so-called the green cross domain talent training. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Gu, the CEO. Professor Gu, we cannot wait. Let's start the panel discussion. Let's welcome our moderator, Professor Gu. Let's welcome our panelists. Professor Gu. Let's welcome Vincent Tsai, Win Chen, and as well as Professor Li Junyao. Let's pass the panel to the moderator and the panelist. Thank you. So I think I really appreciate the three speakers on the stage. Actually, when during our discussion, during this subject for discussion, I saw the critical part is integration. So when you promote the talent training, you have encountered all kinds of so-called the integration between the agencies and the experience from various professions. As Vincent Tsai mentioned, the wind farm is something phenomenal. Our harbor company, Thai Power, China Steel Company, and other major companies have joined. Mr. Win Chan also mentioned about the collaboration with Architecture Association, and Professor Lee also worked together with ITRI, and also you have a very good association, and you promote Grid Academy. So behind that, the scene, there are the integration among various agencies. To me, it is indeed the most difficult part when you promote some major progress. Could you share with us, share with the audience during the journey? I mean, how should you? I mean, what kind of challenge you should embrace? What kind of attitude and attitude you should carry? Vincent Chai first. Thank you very much for Professor's question. This because when take wind farm perspective, we are different from other companies. The major advantage is also another challenge, that is the engagement of national institutions. So for the long-term development of the wind farm, that is a benefit because we have a stable and sustainable support, especially for large scale of the resource engagement. We don't have many challenge for the finance. As long as you have a good business plan, you can carry on. However, on the other hand, it is relatively conservative. For example, so we actually in Japanese program or project for the overseas development back in 2018, we founded the company. By 2020, we received the first Asia training center in the first one. So we would like to take this opportunity to expand the global market quickly because of the COVID-19 pandemic and other issues. So we slow down our pace and trying to review that. To this year, in 2020, we developed the Japanese market. So the communication is very critical. So with that, we have comprehensive communication with those government-owned institutions and seek their support on top of training the talents here in Taiwan. We also focus on the talent training in Asia. On top of the human resource, the other part is even more important. That is how to commercialize the training agencies. If we can commercialize the training center, so either to the competent authority or the demand side, it will be more convenience because it is the cooperation. So you can organize the course for the industry that's very fragile. I mean agile. So I think sometimes when you conduct the integration, so take the Vincent Tsai as an example because we have the same business goal. So, however, the integration from Professor Lee is different because there's always a driver behind the integration. So perhaps it is for the business, but perhaps Professor Lee has a group of a group of people with the same idea, but for Win Chang is in the middle. I know Delta Foundation have some idea for certain things, but Delta also promote these issues with regard to the integration of the talent and training. When you during the journey, have you? I mean, if you. I mean, the challenge you have is different from Vincent Tsai because they are in the industry. There are many attitudes. For example, in the industry, they have the different sharing. Or how about you? So for Vincent Tsai, I think in the market they have a very healthy structure. So it's relatively mature. But for us, we want to promote the concept of green buildings in our course. So the country, the government have organized relevant courses, but we want to invite more people to aware the benefit and the trend of this issue. That is very critical. So in the beginning, we collaborate with NGO, the Wind Farm Association. Instead of like a Delta, they organize their own courses so to recognize the brand, just like in EDP and Johnson, they have their own course for training. But we start from the private sector to engage experts and scholars and to promote these issues. So we don't dare to say we integrate other people, but as a matter of fact, our expertise is not as good as other instructors. All those are accreditation party like USGBC, like the Industry Association here in National Industry Association. They have accreditation for the instructors. But what we can create is like to make them aware that we don't want to have only a few companies like us to know that we want everybody can move toward like the Delta's supply chain. If they are willing to participate in this course, that's excellent. So we welcome them to join this course. But other business, if it is a tier 2 or tier 3 supplier can join us, then I think it's also very good. It's not just for us, as I said, 2030 for one tree. I think 2015 we can 100% for renewable energy, but it is because different industry, our energy consumption is not that high. So with that, the concept is cheaper. If Delta can make it, then other people can make it in the industry, in the buildings. This is our founder always give a space, give room for the foundation. He said 50% of energy saving is achievable with a different business group and the factories. They try their best to reach that while we are learning. So we saw this is a global trend to develop this direction. So how to share our know-how and experience to help more supply chain and more industry to join. That's the reason why we promote green building and energy saving. How about Professor Lee from this industry and academy collaboration, as well as the Power Academy? That's a very unusual journey. Can you share with us? Thank you, Professor Gu. Actually, in our academy or association or the foundation or the business sector, so I think so we collaborate and we compete with each other. At the same time, I think that we share our task to achieve one same purpose. As an academy, we also have an idea. We want to expand, advocate these issues. So of course, we have some followers. We also have someone who, not the followers. I wouldn't say they oppose us, but we need to attract the first frontline people. We are very happy to see or hear different opinions. Why is that? Because integration have some challenge, but from other perspective, it is a rather presentation of diversity. So you want to stand outside of the box, from different perspective, from different people to hear different opinion. Maybe we can ignite different sparkles. As you see, the Computer Academy, that's a result of a group of people gathered together. So with our existing capacity, where we can go, we cannot just reach it overnight. So can we divide it into different phases or different stages? So each quarter, each year, each month, we can see what else can we do, okay? So it is like a competition and collaboration to reach one same consensus goals. So different people have different roles, just like a baseball team. So you have catcher. If you want the catcher to pitch, then it might not be a good idea. So it is a combination of a diversified team members, so that when we seek for the consensus during this journey, we have saw different directions. We also observe the direction in the future. So how can we catch what we need? So that's a very unusual experience. So we also consider either from the university and the association and foundation, we can work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. As I mentioned in the beginning, the other question I want to ask you is, how do we track these talents that we seek in reality, whether it is fresh graduates or those who are changing careers? There are many choices for them. So why would they choose to go into innovation and green collar jobs? I quickly thought about this myself. Last year, I graduated 3 master's students and 3 more this year. All 6 of them joined TSMC. So with any science school or engineering school, this is a big problem. Even if they don't go to TSMC, they go to other high-tech company or semiconductor companies in the science parks. So when we talk about green collar jobs, like myself, you are very much like myself. At our foundation, we also talk about net zero and sustainability. I am their advisor, and they also take part in my project. But when it comes to choosing a job, they still went to TSMC. So when it comes down to the crunch, if the talents are what we need, we give them some vision and some dreams. However, we still need more people, whether in wind power generation, grid management. We all desperately need people. I know at our electrical engineering faculty, when our students need to think about different disciplines across different engineering disciplines, they run into problems. So, how do you attract people? In this regard, offshore wind power is very much in competition a lot with TSMC. Well, actually, we not directly, but we really want to draw people over. And I can say that you can actually have a good work-life balance and still enjoy high pay. There is a recent code change to work hours, allowing offshore wind power people to have 2 weeks on and 2 weeks off as their schedule. So since our company is part of this field. So we tell our young talents this thing, and we say you can work hard for 2 weeks and then get 2 weeks off and then come back again. This is not applicable to every sector, and this is very unique to our sector. So we were able to attract a lot of young people just with that. This allows them to enjoy both their family life, their private time, and they can make sure they have a balance between work and play and very good pay. So let me take it back to how companies can do this. When it comes to talents, I talked about pilot projects. With this, actually, every year we have 100 to 200 people for our field alone. This is because the cost is quite high. After one full day of training and then including the trainer and the equipment, it costs about 10,000 Taiwan dollars per trainee. So to train 100 people to experience this, then it's 2 million, and then for 200 it's $2 million. So we get funding by inviting corporate sponsorships to support this. These kind of talents require a talent pool, and the way we build a pool is through pilot projects. This way, young people can get an insight, and then in the future, they will become part of our pool. For our company, we aim for 800 per year. For a training center, we want to train 800 people, but now we are only at 200. We have spots for 600 more. So this year, we're happy that there are some developers like WE and CIP that are supporting us. So in the future, if we can have more green energy companies willing to train the next generation together, we really encourage you to join this kind of pilot project. I think we shouldn't comment on one single sector. So without doing that, to stay general, I think you join this company or foundation, it's because you are drawn toward it. For example, when we look for volunteers, we notice that we have 33 volunteers that have scuba diving license in our company, because at our company they are already very concerned with these employees are already very concerned about environmental conservation. So we hope that in the future, whichever sector you're in, there are green collar jobs and people are drawn toward it. So I think that's critical for us now. If you really want to stop the temperature rise at 1.5 degrees, you can't just rely on photovoltaic companies or grid schools. Everyone needs to take part. Another thing is based on current net zero development and green development, it presents tremendous opportunities. In industries, there are ups and downs. For example, the diplomacy faculty at Zhenji University was very sought after, but now it's different. Before I went to the UK, I studied journalism, but now journalism is not an individual faculty anymore. It's been merged. So industries come and go. However, the green trends will be here to stay for the next 5 decades, I believe. I think Delta Electronics wants to train 20, not just 20%, but in China they're aiming for 50% of RE. So I think this is actually the best opportunity in the next century. Everyone involved in utilities or in this sector need to move toward the green collar job. So I think this is great opportunity. There are great opportunities here. Professor Lee, how should I tell my students so that they want to go into green management or anything, as Mr. Zhang said? It's for example, I'm from chemical engineering background, but we have the same issue. Like you said, we do see excellent opportunities down the horizon. However, everyone now is in other sectors. What do you think? I think you are quite successful in keeping power-related personal. I think actually I see tremendous opportunities in power and grid systems. When there are business opportunities, then there are people. So business opportunities is a key here. You need these incentives to create a system. As Professor Gu said, you talked about TSMC semiconducting company. really, they are truly good at marketing. They are a kingdom for any graduates, thinking that once they get in there, they can enjoy a good life for the rest of their lives. So we keep wondering why there is such a big difference between TSMC and TPC, even though they sound so similar in their names in Chinese. Uh, we used to think of TPC, Thai Power Company, with as lots of old gentlemen with gray hair and drinking coffee, reading newspaper. However, when you think about TSMC, their people are very energetic and highly motivated. However, TPC will be different in the future. When you start of EV stands and the storage and generation of power, all these are going to be the future of power generation. We cannot just say TPC now because 3 to 4 years ago, utility has there is legalization for the privatization of utilities. Well, I want to emphasize privatization because if you are the same age as me, then you will know that China Zhonghua Telecom used to be a state-owned company, and when we went in, it was a very conservative company, and it wasn't very service-oriented. However, today's Chonghua Telecom has been privatized, so they have completely transformed and metamorphosed. So in the future, when we look at power storage, once the sun has gone down, energy storage is going to be a new field. In order to store energy, then batteries is going to be a critical sector. So utility companies is no longer what we no longer what we think about in our stereotypes. There are a lot of complementary services they provide, and also it's kind of like stock trading. In the future, we will have utility trading. We will have a platform and with associated certification. Then you can assist with utility transactions once you are certified. So power system and grid system are going to be conceptual sector. So what we want to convince the students is it's utility companies are no longer what you imagined in the previous generations. They will very much like the Chonghua Telecom, which is very vibrant and offers infinite opportunities if you are motivated. So we organize a lot of forums and visits, and we kind of learn from TSMC. We find young people and we find startup companies, which are utilities related startups, and how they share the experience of how they signed with TPC, signed contract with TPC, and made a good profit. So TSMC is not the only high-tech company or sector in Taiwan. Actually, utility companies is just at the emerging stage. Once you get on this train, you'll be accelerating very fast along with it. And so this train is about to depart. It's your choice whether or not you want to get on. Of course, the choice is up to them. New opportunities, new sectors, they require new images. There are some stereotypes from the past. But when it comes to innovation and green collar jobs, which is very innovative, then we also need some innovative image and marketing. My third question brings back to our topic today, which is vocational training or vocational education. Everyone talks about school education, but like Professor Lee said, we are all teachers at the schools, but it's very difficult for schools to change curriculums because it involves the professors' existing specialization. Perhaps there's some emerging and urgent needs in the society, but it would be very difficult to put this on the professors. When the school wants to change curriculum, it takes a lot of discussions and back forth between the authorities and the schools. So it's hard for a school to go into new directions or new disciplines. But as you said, it's a basic education, meaning that it's a fundamental education where we need to supply talents to the industry. However, we green collar sector is very innovative and very new. So with a lot of specialization, we rely on the industry to develop it themselves. If you put it on us professors, you may need to wait 5 to 10 years, especially when it comes to wind power. You need a lot of talents fast. So with this shortage, how do you plan to? You say you still need, you have a gap of 600? Uh, Clearly, the industry needs to head its own course in order to fill this gap. Uh, it's great that Professor Kuo brings this up. So for those who are not in the sector, how do we bring in? That's one. With that, we use pilot project to make an impact using YouTube. We also show them the videos, and our sponsors also uh, through our official channels getting exposure, and they give an overview of their companies. For those who are already in the sector, uh, the GWO is an international certification course. And indeed, this sector is changing very fast. So every 3 months to 6 months, we have new courses brought into our center or co-developed with the with the companies that have the demand. So at the end of usually at the end of year, centers talk about the courses they will bring in next year, and now we have 2 dozens of these courses, and they have been commercialized. I think commercialization is key because you can develop it, issue certification, and get international recognition. That means that others are willing to accept this certification and give this employee more pay. So that means this is a valid certification. So we have provided over 20 certificates like this from introduction to the later break-even point. It only takes 1 to 2 years for these courses to independently and run its course smoothly. Mr. Zhang, what about you? If you look at your on-the-job training or orientation training, and for your training for newcomers and existing employees along, how do you guide them toward a new direction? We are a foundation. I'm not part of the Delta company, but as far as I know, at Delta Electronics as a company, they started early on with Nuke, which is open source course online. The platform is advances very quickly, and we can get data from the back end. If they watch the video and then they just skip it, then it's easy to know. So we do smart manufacturing, and we have instructors including from your school and Taipei University of Science, and also our platform, which we worked with Yuanchi University. We can find general behaviors where people stopped watching, and also we have online certification. like the others have said, what you learn in school versus what you learn in the industry, there is still a gap. And this is a common issue. But you also don't want university to be a purely vocational training place. There is still some guidance and research roles that universities play. So we need a balance between the two. Because of the pandemic, we turned some courses into online. However, when you need to jump off 4 meters of a height, we still need some practical experience. So we do a hybrid model, and we work together with other universities where you can get hands-on practice on robotic arms. And we have another course where someone bought a PLC at home and assembled it together. And we actually professors at Taipei University of Technology, they try to assemble one themselves at home. So I think this is beneficial for everyone. Professor Koo, you talked about LinkedIn. Some companies look at LinkedIn not just at the diplomas, that's a basic, but they also look at what kind of training you get a few years after you graduate, and did you proactively do this, or did your company make you do it? So all these are on LinkedIn records. When you are change companies or change careers, this follows you around.
So with regard to the whole technology advancement, also the digital transformation, sometimes there are fake record, but as long as you can carry on, if the HR spend some efforts, you can tell the potential of this particular stuff for this new opportunity. Thank you very much. So Professor Lee, I saw you introduce the association, you list the school and then their own job trainings, and also with your experience, because they are from industry, the own job training is very important. And so for the training or education in the campus, how to link to the industry, as Mr. Zhang mentioned, I also echo that. The school is not an occupational training agency. There are many other objectives. However, the issue is that at least you need to play a role, or certain roles. That is to say, the school take the role of the pre-occupational training. That's a partially responsibility. I don't agree. It is their full responsibility, not for to go to the industry or find a job, but how to take a balance. And I mean, you help the students to know that the learning and the application is consensus. So for them, if you help them to build a good foundation, and then later on they can appreciate the learning at the school. So what is your goal? And so thank you very much, Professor Gu, for this question. The university is different from the Grid Academy. So as you say, what we can do in the campus is, yes, our vision is different. So indeed, this is there's a basic training, a training in the campus. You need to go through that journey. So we often tell the student, if you want to find a job, there's no need to go to the university. You can just go to the occupational training agency, or get an internship or apprentice. So then you can learn and get a job and do right away. If you want to go to the university, you are looking at down on the road 10 years later. So otherwise, why you need to study calculus? So if we go to the careful, we don't need to know the mathematics. You just scan the barcode, right? So for the university, it is not for job seeking. People were mislead. So go to university is useless, because the assumption is that they can apply what they learn out of those 4 years. And then if that is the case, then it's not a university, it's the occupational training center. So on the other hand, I can say the objective of the GREED Academy is to provide the talent to be applied on the job right away. So you need technicians and engineers. It is different. So you need to provide the skill, the facilities, and the know-how. So we will organize a meeting, tell them how to train the first line operator. So because recently we have a 303 power breakdown, and then people are asking why how come the resilience of the grid is so vulnerable? So maybe we can ask advice from Schneider. They are the facility vendor. They have a very good technologies, so they can they organize a workshop and tell us what can we do under such a scenario. So I think there are two parts. The university and the occupational training, like GREED Academy, are separate. However, they are indispensable. Without the fundamental learning from the university, so you know the engineering, mathematics, and then the electronics, if they have no knowledge about those, and then jump into the occupational training, that is empty, is frustrated and without no foundation. So for the university, it is to help the occupational trainer to have a more solid or stable connection for future development. Otherwise, it's just like a mechanics. You just fix here, fix there for a scooter, and then you don't need to ask other questions. So that's not our objectives. So that is to collaborate with each other as a team with the same goal. Okay. Thank you very much. So actually, the organizer really considerate, and so they helped me to organize the questions here. So I'm going to ask the three panelists. So because I found out that either the GREED or the question online or on the site. So I think I really agree, admire. So when I saw it's very relevant to the chairman, I would like to ask you first. First of all, people ask you with regard to what kind of talent you need on the wind farm, what kind of specialty you need, what kind of talent. I mean, it's most difficult to train. I believe from finance to technology, you need all kinds of the backgrounds. For wind farm, there are many startup companies, so they need all kinds of talents, right? So they ask what kind of the specialties you need the most. They are very interested in your company. So with that, some of them you can apply right away. Some of them really need further training. So as a overall, so can you tell us what kind of what is the demand for your talent pool? Let me say that earlier in my presentation, I also covered that with regard to the entire industry, there are, so the offshore wind farm, there are two that industry. One is the marine crew, that is the vessel crew, that's the majority. Now the offshore vessels, offshore wind farm vessels, represent about maybe 1/3 or 25% of the overall crew members. The other part is the technicians, and so it's a 3-to-7 ratio between technician to officers, administrator. So for the fieldwork technician, is very important with regard to their background. Like because the whole industry start from the beginning, the environmental assessment, or for the construction civil engineer, and all the way to the electronic and the electric engineering and the setup and the basic operations, etc., etc. With that, it covers all kinds of human resources. Like I said, people from the earth and the geology and from the science and also I have mentioned from the engineers. We expect they have electric or electronic or shipbuilding, because I myself graduated from the engineer background. And so in that we have electronic and fluid dynamics, etc. For those population is we have a lot of demand for those populations. And the next is okay for how to train those people. I mean, regardless of the background, basically they all need to. I mean, so the first stage for the offshore farm windmill, they need to report to the wind farm training center from 1 week to 3 weeks, based on different categories and subjects. So after the basic safety training, and then they will go to take the apprenticeship for about 6 months to 12 months. So to train the mature staff, it will take about 1.5 years before they can become a workforce. So actually, in fact, as I mentioned, you need at various stages. So when I say it takes 200,000 to 300,000, the budget, so to take 2 BST and BTT, it altogether is $100,000 cost. So this is why this industry can establish our private the training center. We can sustain a training center. Part of the reason is that we have a very high training cost. So these past few years, we the participants in in this industry, they all consider we need to have a local training. Otherwise, we need to send people overseas to attend overseas training. The cost is double. So for the employer, it is a lot of pressure. So we have localized. So now the cost is reduced significantly. That's it. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So thank you. So it sounds like wind farm has been a very popular fashion industry. Actually, fashion is something very attractive to the young people. Yes, with that. Allow me to comment one more thing. Is with that we have done a lot of promotion, including that to say that yes, this is a very active and alive. So 2 weeks on the job, 2 weeks the vacation. So and then people is wondering where can we go for vacation. So you can write it down, and then so we can tell the college graduates to say, hey, they feel that it's very interesting. Thank you. All right, thank you very much. So the CEO here, I think. There are there are 2 questions I would like to ask you. First is that so our colleagues, I mean the people talk about lead. So when we promote lead, you need to consider that localization, right? So here in Taiwan, the situation is different from the global situation, right? So then with that, especially in these construction regulations, they are very unique. Can you just share your experiences, because we have a lot of limitation and restriction how to promote that. Then the lead is rather challenges, and also if we want to take these green building innovations, now the students came from different backgrounds. If you want to enter your field, are there any foundations that the common basic training for your field, which you think is necessary, either from science and engineer or from the management or business? Are there any fundamental background that's relevant for the sustainability and green energy? This is a big question. So for all the college graduates, so when they enter the job market in this field, on top of their special background, professional background, are there any common and basic training for them? Do you have any comments? Start from the second question, because I feel that this is the key as Delta Foundation started from 2015 with gradually provide scholarship and send students to Netherlands. We also send students to UK. We also have teachers collaboration to train the teachers. We also send the civil servants with the Sun Yixuan Foundation. So in the beginning, when they have a concept of green, they thought it's engineer. But gradually, when you see people who apply the scholarship, there are more and more people. For us, in the beginning, we start from Netherlands, start from urban development for the buildings. So they know because a lot of area in Netherlands, they are below the sea level. So they want to promote the green transportation. Later on, you see the green finance, green supply chain management, and also have the ecology industrial park. When we send people to UK, people are doing the illustrations, and they are doing these environmental issues. And out of 40 to 50 advocates, we only take 2 people. We also review the people with leadership characters. You found that after 20 years, I mean, before 20 years ago, and nowadays is different. I feel that as long as you think your next job, basically you just do whatever you like. When you join the green energy, green sustainability, or the green concept, like Professor Gu said, this is a very old concept. Today we change your turn to maybe today you call it SDG, next day you call it ESG. As long as you can sustain on this earth, and with that attitude, you can enter this field. So back to the first question, that's a very rather technical. So the lead and when we have green building logos from the perspective of the foundation, we are not promoting LEED because there are many logos around the world. We just bring this concept to let people know if you want to achieve the zero energy, so what kind of criteria you need. There are many debates, but the debate is not only the laws here in Taiwan. For example, recently we have want to argue the committee members that is energy we save, the energy storage, whether energy storage will be account for the energy saving, because we store the daylight energy to the battery, because they thought this is the power stored during the midnight, so that's different. So one of my colleagues, I remember, he was in a honeymoon, so he take 2 hours the break from his wife and make an international call, and then convey the 22K solar panels to generate the power during the noon time. It is the best time, and store the energy to be used at midnight. Then he successfully convinced the committee members. So in the end, they also account those energy storage. So there are many other considerations. Some of the grid, perhaps they never received a government certification, but then you need to go through the energy storage because they have the license or accreditations. So then you can see that similar regional regulations. It is not just simply in Taiwan. I think that's the issue that you might encounter everywhere around the world. That's something you can overcome these technical issues. If you can not overcome, you can try to communicate with international organization. I'm not sure quite sure. You also have similar issues for the windmill farm, but more or less they can accept the localized issue to meet their requirement. That's the technical issues we encounter at the moment. So I think that's a rather very popular issue regarding international regulation and localization. There are something that is not that the match. Okay, with regard to adaptation. So sometimes we need to embrace the international criteria or standard. We want the company, we need the students to understand those international regulations. However, here in Taiwan, we do have a localized situation. I mean, maybe the chairman can comment on that as a CEO, say whether the wind farm have a similar situation. Do you have any issue for the adapt the international regulation to be localized? Yeah, on the other hand, yes. In the past, we just follow the international standards. We just follow those rules. But recently, we found that here in Asia, the situation sometimes is different from Europe. We start this international training from 2018. By 2020, we found out that here in Taiwan, the situation in Asia is different from Europe. When we set up the GW, it was in Denmark, in Europe. So those are from European perspective to see the whole world. So then, therefore, actually, so it just happened to have nowadays the wind farm training company, they have some transition. Not only here in Taiwan, we want to do become a leader in Taiwan, but we also have some impact or influence in Asia. So we do it reversely. So last year we request the headquarters to amend the chapter. So by the end of last year, we have amended the regulations and chapters. In that amendment, we felt that yes. So you never listen to our voice. So Europeans, they never listen to the Taiwanese opinions. So we did spend a lot of efforts, and we're trying to convince them that this is not only for Taiwan. We also speak for Korea, Japan, and the entire Asia. This is a population from Asia. You should take a good care of the market on top of the European. Asia is a very good, important market. So you need to amend the chapter to listen to the opinion from Asia. So we will participate in the future amendment. That's something very important. So especially with regard to the talent training, so perhaps they have a certain language, they have a certain international requirements, or is it consensus? Nowadays, they only recognize two. One is English, that's an international language. The other one is simplified Chinese characters. Now we tell them that two types of professional need international certification. No. It's overall, the guidance. There are two versions. One is Chinese, the other one is English, and the Chinese one is a simplified character. But in fact, we use English version, so that's no problem because it's the same guidance. Okay, so Professor Lee, so people, it's obvious that people were or felt really feel that the same with your presentation. From the question, you can tell that we really need more talent for the grid. So does that really? Do we have a gap between the college training or college education? You can see the Department of Electrical and Electronic engineer is very attractive. However, people realize that grid is very important, but people cannot take a break, and they still rush to other departments. So we'll see that right away that here in Taiwan we have a shortage or gap for the talents for the grid, and how can we make it up? So should we apply continuing education or make a necessary adjustment in the school? The other two panelists talk about the talent as well as international certifications. So perhaps I need to show international accreditation to demonstrate I'm a talent. So is there a need for the students to help them to find a job? I mean the need or the value of those certifications. Thank you, Professor Gu. I think certainly for the students. Professor Gu, you are also in a professor in a campus. So students often ask, what is the value of my life? Why I come to the university? So when we attract the students, we want them to spend 18 weeks of the course. After one semester, they have an interest. They will continue to learn. It will turn to 180 weeks or 1,800 weeks. So some students say this course is terrible. I won't touch it anymore for the rest of my life. Yes, that's possible. But for the entering, the leader who leads you to the first on the first step, that's very critical. So in the past, when we were students, our teacher never ask how we felt. They just teach you, and grade you. So we survive. But nowadays we cannot use the same practice. We need to attract students and bring out their interest in. There are unlimited potential for the grid. It can satisfy. So when you need it, you can charge. It has communication and control and power feature. It can accomplish many things. So they have a dream. Once the student have a dream, they can move toward that direction. So some of the students they still want to have a dream. So personally, when we bring the students to the kindergarten, to the remote area, to help them to save the energy. So the objective is that what they learn in the school, the small part they learn can apply on the market. So since then, it is not a virtue, it's not a formula in a textbook. It is something they can take the action to help them to reduce the utility bills. As like you say, in the future they can receive the certification. Nowadays we cannot reach that level, but at least we can be a media. For example, we go to the Indonesia to spend 1 month internship for to learn from their boiling power plant, to learn their management. We thought that Indonesia is in Southeast Asia. Their facilities are more advanced than us. On top of Taiwan, here we are running the utility. Many other countries are running the utility. It is not just in Taiwan. Their job market could be in many other countries. There's a market for utility. We are not selling the dream, but at least we need to create a dream for them, so they know that the knowledge they learn in the university, although they have many professions. So our utility has been kidnapped by other professions, but in the future, in the world of grid, it will incorporate the facility of IT communication. This is not the grid in the past. So we keep trying to reveal or depict a diagram for the students. If it is more glamorous, and it will attract more students to change their directions. As the chairman mentioned that in this field, perhaps you can see the sun rising sun. Not necessarily say in the morning you go to the office, and when you come out of the office it's midnight. Sometimes like a vegetable, sometimes people like meat. So if you can bring out more dishes, so they have more options. They have a dream, they can create a dream, they have an option. So that's something we are trying to do. Okay, I think let's once again thanks all the panelists to their contribution, because we need to consider quite a lot for talent training. We talk about we need to create a new image for them, so they will feel it is very fashion. That's a new direction. They feel this is something valuable, something meaningful, and that's ultimate goal for their career development. And the three panelists also mentioned that there's a different workplace and good workplace. I just learned that for windmill farm, you work 2 weeks and you take 2 weeks a vacation. Maybe there are people like that kind of different work style, different ideal, different image, and at the career development, so-called innovation. And since basically there are new potentials to development. Another unique feature is you need to compete with the old. So people are there already. So how can you incubate and innovate and to attract more talents? That's something we need to consider in the future. Thank you very much. Thank you. So so this will complete our QA. Thank you very much. Thank you, three panelists.
精彩的分享。老师，请稍微留步一下，我们要合影。来，有请我们沈文丽组长，请一起上台合影。来，掌声欢迎我们劳动部劳动力发展署我们主办单位训练发展组沈文丽沈组长。包括组长，我们4位帅哥都拿掉口罩，就请组长 yes 来，热烈掌声。来，组长在中间。好，这个方位可能是灯光美、气氛佳。谢谢我们顾老师，谢谢我们沈文丽组长，谢谢我们语坛人，掌声掌声，谢谢。制造培育，绿能永续，来比个赞。给我们台湾未来的职业训练，我们的劳动力发展赞！谢谢劳动力发展组，谢谢我们语坛人精彩的讨论，谢谢顾老师，包括组长。接下来呢，就请组长稍微移驾来到我们这边，为我们进行闭幕致辞。来，各位，我们热烈掌声给我们劳动部劳动力发展署沈文丽沈组长，谢谢组长。组长，请。可以。
President General Manager Vincent Tsai from IOG, CEO Mr. Chang from Delta Electronics. Delta Electronics Foundation, Zhongyuan Christian University, Professor Lee, and our moderator for the last panel, Professor Ku from National Taiwan University of Science and Technology and CEO of Taiwan Institute for Sustainable Energy, distinguished guests, on site and online. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the panelists for a very inspiring discussion. When it comes to green-collar talents, we have talked about this a lot in Taiwan. But in terms of talent development, we are still in a nascent stage, and we find that we need to speed up this development. For our foreign and local attendees alike, I would like to let you know the following. When it comes to talent development, at our administration, we need to identify the specifications for the talents we need. The Ministry of Labor and the Ministry of Education work hand in hand to help the industry to co-create and co-develop talent. When it comes to school education, of course, it's under the authority of Ministry of Education. And for the MOL, we pick up after the students graduate, and that includes their on-job training. And if they lose their jobs, then they have another set of training for unemployment training. And also in the last few years, we began youth training. So these are three main areas of the kind of vocational training we provide. Yesterday, we talked about smart machinery or smart automation, and today about smart collars, about green-collar talents. At the MOL, we certainly have roles to play in encouraging more people to work in this industry. Starting from yesterday, we had Adia from Siemens, the vice president from Siemens, to give us an insight and enlighten us on some post-pandemic trends in terms of smart manufacturing, new and emerging vocational training models. He also shared some of their planning with us. And yesterday afternoon, you have heard from the Tyro and from China Steel, and also about XR from ARP Planet, and Goodwill and Taiwan Tyro. So as we deepen our roots in this field, indeed, after the pandemic, we truly need to change in the way, the type of training we provide and the type of people we train. This morning, Executive Director Lindbergh told us about under the climate change, they are developing the URUM training project, and also from the head of International Affairs Unit of a European Commission, Mr. Luis, also shared some insights from the EU point of view, how they are step by step promoting green transition. In the afternoon, we have heard some very enlightening presentations. This row of excellent and eminent speakers in the first row have all told us that under climate change, energy conservation and emission cutting are some very important priorities for any companies. So on behalf of WDA, I would like to thank the local and foreign speakers and moderators alike for sharing your insight with us, so that to inform our future direction. After 2 full days of learning, whether it is training centers or policymakers, all of us need to take this information home and reflect on it, so that in the future we can reflect it into our actual direction of talent development. Every year we train 330,000 trainees. They could be youth, current employees, or those who are unemployed. So this will help them stay aligned with current trends. This moment does not mark the end of our learning. It only marks the beginning of our continuous learning and exchange. I would like to express my sincere thanks for your active participation and your contributions. I want to also thank our experts, scholars, and foreign representatives for the recommendations and the presentations you have delivered. Let us work together after today to work toward cultivating the best talents for our times and our industries. And then I look forward to another chance to have such fruitful discussion with you. Thank you for participating. I also want to thank our 4 distinguished speakers for a wonderful and very enlightening afternoon. With that, I'd like to close today's event. Thank you for attending this 2-day international seminar. See you.
也非常谢谢我们劳动部劳动力发展署举办这么棒的职业训练国际论坛，让我们台湾的职业训练与国际接轨，让我们台湾的劳动力发展与国际接轨。谢谢大家2天的参与，谢谢。紧接着呢，众所期待的 Lucky Draw 摸彩也要进行了。再次跟各位报告，我们现在荧幕上看到的是我们网络上观众朋友我们。 和的概论，来，请抽出 会看到画面上出现的是您的 email， 请注意您
的 email 收 email 收留言呢，然后呢，请点选3选1的数位课程啊，你要选其中一个。3 you must choose one. These are the lucky draw winners. 好，恭喜中奖人，请注意您的 email， 您的邮电信箱收 email， 注意您的留言，然后呢进行3选1的课程。
那么在完成了抽奖的动作之后呢，要恭喜我们中奖者了。还有各位观众朋友，各位线上的观众朋友，您的意见对我们来说是非常宝贵。您看看这个 QR code， 扫描一下 QR code， 花1分钟、2分钟的时间给我们您的 feedback， 您的意见，因为您的意见对我们来说是非常宝贵。好的，2022职业训练国际论坛顺利圆满成功，制造培育绿能永续。全世界都需要人才，台湾可以培育人才的 ，Taiwan can do it。谢谢大家，谢谢各位，谢谢。好，各位现场的嘉宾，我们直播已经收场了，直播收场了。现在提醒现场的贵宾，我们在发送这个伴手礼，请记得要拿伴手礼。还有呢，您的识别证麻烦请归还，您的同步口译耳机麻烦请归还。我们提供伴手礼，识别证麻烦请归还，同步口译耳机麻烦请归还，私人物品当然请记得带着了。好的，那么饭店呢会提供。